and the Europeans have been 12 million. No, it's the other way. On your continent, y'all are millions compared to a small amount of foreigners who run in y'all. But y'all talking to us like we got the same numbers. Like there's a comprehension issue, man. Like cognitively, they don't get it.
And I understand. I see you, Ron. I understand why they don't. The same arguments the same stereotypes they put on us, they could put it on white Americans. That's the thing. It's like that's what exposes them for having a disdain. Because I could see if they make arguments like, you Americans, including white people, you Americans are lazy, you Americans are this or that. They focus on the black community, and to be honest with you, we know this. We know who used government benefits the most. We know who took advantage of DEI the most. We know who drug abuse, who abuses drugs the most. And it's not black people, it's whites. And to be honest with you, there's more off paper, because black people get a lot of money off paper. But there's more. You could arguably say it's more poor whites than it is poor blacks. So that's the thing that bothers me, man, is that they're exposed of their disdain of the black community because white people have worse statistics in a lot of the areas that they talk to us about. What's good, Ronnie?
What's good, fellas? How you guys doing?
What's up, Ronnie? Good, man.
Good, bro.
But I was hearing him spit all this stuff about HIV. It's funny how he tries to throw a negative every time we brought up anything. It was always, he was doing the whole feminine type of shame tactic, or sign language, as you would say.
Right.
Now, currently, there are 2.06 million Nigerians that have HIV.
Yes, sir. And
So,
we're not saying yes, sir, as we're happy about it. That's tragic.
Right.
But you're bringing the facts, though. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No. So I don't know what he's talking about. And I'm sorry, unfortunately, aside for Americans only being 12% of the population, and yes, we have a high rate of HIV, but nowhere close to the whole impact of the African nations, and specifically Nigeria. Nigeria is ranked 4th in the world for HIV cases.
Wow.
4th.
Wow.
So for him to spout all these different negatives, like, oh, we're sleeping with your women, very good. If you want to sleep with our women, that's great, bro. It's very small percentages of the Nigerians that actually excel when they get here. They can run their mouths and they can pound their chest and say, oh, we're Nigerians, blah, 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 blah. But when it actually comes down to point of fact of how many successful Nigerians there are not that many. There's 650,000 Nigerians in America. Okay, that's it. Y'all ain't beating us by no leaps or bounds being here in America. If you guys want to take advantage of our system, great, wonderful. We know the systems are there, whether our people are lazy about getting them and your people are more aggressive. They come over here with principle or purpose or whatever. That's great and wonderful. But you can't say that you didn't come over to America to excel and actually make money because your country is impoverished economically, infrastructurally, and you have corruption all throughout your government, that you're not living a better life. We had a Nigerian on a panel a couple of days ago. He said our slums are luxurious compared to theirs. Point of fact.
Right, and we know that.
I told him, I said, that's right, because we're not broke. Even in our worst situation, we're nowhere close to some of these third world nations and some of these other countries in Africa.
And that's the thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Finish what you were saying, Ron.
No, go ahead. My girl's handing me stuff.
No, but yeah, and to your point, like you said, the financial economic stability issue. That's the thing. I think that's the reason that they have so much smoke for us, though they never said it. I think they mad at us, because we have a better quality of living that they do over there, and they don't understand, we didn't, we're not responsible for, how their country and their resources have been taken advantage of, and all the resources have been extracted and used to benefit their, colonial overlords. You see what I'm saying? I think they're mad at us about that.
Absolutely. I mean, if they're mad, they could do the same thing Burkina Faso did. Take your nation over and start kicking everybody out.
Ain't nobody kick you out, bro, because you could
come back.
Hit
that link, bro. I dropped it right back up in the chat. The link's right there. Go ahead and hit it.
Come on back up, left.
You bring your English ass speaking body back up here, bro. Here he got a whole accent. Sound like he lives over in England or London somewhere.
Australia.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Nigerians and other countries talking how great Nigeria is, but none of them are back in their own country.
Powerful point.
They're gonna try to say,
and then once they make the money, you would think they would take that money and go back. They don't.
Hold on, Ronald. Then they talk about how the white man got control over us and this and that, and they got these white accents. They don't lost their ways, Is when I hear African with a Nigerian, with a British accent,
English accent, right? With British accent, right?
Real talkers, because you know what, y'all bringing up a brilliant point, because even though we speak English, the way that American blacks talk, like, I don't know what that is. Like, we speak English, but it's still not.
It's ours.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain it, man. Like, it's the inflection in the voice and all of that.
Flavor on everything we touch, we put flavor to it. They can't say that. They can't say they influenced the world. Everything black FBAs have done, black Americans have done, we have influenced the world. Show me how many Nigerians can you count on one hand that has influenced the world in one way or another?
Nah, they influence them with them not wanting to come to their country. That's the influence. They don't want them there.
They're trying to influence us to eat jollof rice. They try that.
So their contribution to the world is jollof.
Man,
I'm not trying to make light of Nigerians or anything like that. I don't have any smoke for any one country. I want y'all to come over here and enjoy the benefits of what hardworking FBAs provided through their suffering and their ancestry. But it's just when they come over and start running their mouths about how much greater they are, but yet and still you go back and look at their nations and they're all worn, torn, corrupted, and every negative thing you can think about is sitting right there. But yet still you got some nerve to say something about how Black Americans or FBAs are living here, which is still 10 to 100 times better than most of you people are. But you come over here and you get this wealth and you say, hey, we got billionaires on the top 20 list. Okay, how many of those billionaires are going right back and contributing to those countries? You know why they're not even doing it? Because they know those governments are so corrupt, whatever money they put towards whatever they want to get done, they'll spend it on something else or pocket it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why their wealth is concentrated amongst those diplomats over there, and it's crazy that he mentioned that. He said that American blacks don't have a work ethic. Like, I'm like, where are y'all getting this stuff? Like, American blacks, you know what? That's why we always talking about why we can't wait to stop working, because we work so damn hard.
Right.
I don't know, like, it's a part of me just makes me believe that they just making it, they're making it up. Like, it's almost like they're trying to incite stuff, because American black people have always been the hardest working people. I've seen some extremely lazy people from other ethnicities, some stuff that I ain't never even seen in my life.
Yeah. Like I said, I know women that work in social work, man. And when people apply for those Section 8 food stamps, they be saying it's a lot of Africans, a lot of Africans, applying for that stuff.
Exactly.
And welfare was, it was created it was created for a purpose, and we live in a country that is so wealthy that our government can afford to take care of its citizens by way of wealth. You know, does it make people lazy? Yeah, it has its problems. You know, it has its purpose too, but people people are deserving of it in a lot of ways. You know, when you lose your job and you gotta get on unemployment, that's a great benefit. When I out of my paycheck, they take out what they call a unemployment tax. You know what I mean? So it's a purpose for that. You know, other countries don't have that, and a lot of that jealousy. You know, there's jealousy from that. You know, there's jealousy to see people because you gotta understand when you move to a different country, you don't have a degree out that country. You gotta work your ass off. If I move to another country in the world and where I couldn't get a 9 to 5, I gotta work my ass off doing some type of hustle. And if I was in another country and other people had the benefits of government assistance and they didn't have to work as hard as me, could I feel a certain type of way? Maybe, you know. But that's because y'all come here and y'all gotta work y'all ass off. We don't have to do those things because we have resources. We're citizens. We're citizens. Citizens can be on food. Citizens can be lazy because we are at the top of the food chain. You know, a lot of people come here to be servants. And I'm not saying it in a dismissive way, but you are servants of our society because people don't want to work or people don't want to work those specific jobs. So we get to eat off that. The white man gets to eat off your hard labor. Because you gotta understand too, in corporate America, when I say corporate America, I'm talking about the Fortune 500 companies. The headquarters. A lot of people say, "Oh, okay." Like somebody said, "Oh, I know some Nigerians. They have these executive positions." The real executive positions is when you work at corporate headquarters of a company, meaning that you work where the CEO is based. That means that you work in corporate finance. You work in you work around those realms. If you're a district manager, I'm not knocking anybody. If you're a district manager for Walmart, you make a lot of money, but you're not a key player in decision making. It's still dominated by white people. So when people talk about their success, they got to understand in the grand scheme of things, we are still all behind as a race when it comes to dominating corporate. No black person has their own Fortune 500 company. There's no corporation that's publicly traded on a New York Stock Exchange that is majority black. So we still got a long way to go as a people anyway. So there's nothing to flex or celebrate about. We still got a lot of work to do.
Did we lose him?
No, I think he maybe just paused out for a second.
Yeah, I know sometimes.
Oh shit! I was spitting and I was on pause.
No, you just dropped off not more than maybe 15 seconds. So we heard everything said up to about 15 seconds ago.
Okay, maybe I pressed it. But
No, go ahead and finish your point though. We missed it.
No, I don't know where I cut off from, but I was basically saying we still got a long way to go as a people because there's barriers as a black community that we still haven't broken yet. We don't have any majority black publicly traded corporation on New York Stock Exchange. You know what I mean? And so,
right.
Like somebody mentioned that they knew somebody that was an executive level.
We did, but we just sold them. I mean, we own black magazines. We had what was the musician and stuff. Those are publicly traded companies.
What I'm saying is that the corporate power is housed in the Fortune 500 companies, and it's housed at the seat where the CEO is based. So you can work for Walmart. You could be a district manager for Walmart, right? You may be making six figures, right? But you're working in a district office. The headquarters of Walmart is in Arkansas. My brother used to work there in Arkansas. So you're not working at the headquarters in Arkansas where you are working in corporate finance. You're one of the direct reports to the CEO, CFO, COO. You're not. There's not a lot of black faces in that sphere. I think we mentioned I think you have looked at it, Ronan, it's like 6 black people that CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. So
Yeah.
we have a long way to go. We can't flex because that's where those are the barriers that are hardest to break. We got a lot of people that getting government contracts that can get jobs through the federal government, but that's not a flex. That's not overcoming that's not really overcoming anything. So I don't think it's nothing we have accomplishment, but it's nothing nobody in the black community can flex about when it comes to being highly successful in this white power structure, because the white power structure is still intact. When you look at corporations, for example, when you look at banking, for example, even politics, for example. Yeah, we got some black politicians and stuff like that, but they just still, the key players are still predominantly white in politics. So there shouldn't even be nothing to really flex about. We got our wins and things like that, but we still got a long way to go.
You know what? You're right.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead, Ronan.
No, go, brother. Go ahead.
You right. No excuse. But I think a big caveat to that is we got to look at how, because you're 100% correct, but we have to look at why that is. Like, it's not like we don't have these barriers in place to stop us from being what we're supposed to be. Now, coming into this information that we're coming into recently, we have been encompassed or encircled. Everyone has had a hand in being an obstacle to our upward mobility. Like this is, this is a different thing. We didn't know that we were in conflict with Asians, and then you split that subgroups off of Asians. You got all of them. You got all the other phenotypically black, ethnic groups. You got the Europeans, you got the Latinos, you got when they come here, everybody is given this unspoken preference over us. And that makes us be in a position where we can't really compete economically because we're in a global economy, and we've been in the global economy since decades ago. They just don't like to tell us that. But anytime you have imports coming in from other countries, that's a global economy. And we're the only ethnic group that's been utterly squeezed out of that. Like, when I really think about this stuff, it get me heated, yo.
Nigerians, they the giants of the world. How Asians got an Asian anti-hate bill. That's because the United States respects governments like the Chinese government and then Chinese and their Asian partners, where those countries can influence the United States to not do any hate crimes on Asians. No country in Africa, Nigeria, the giants of Africa, they don't have any influence on American policy. I don't know the last president that, maybe Barack Obama, but I don't know the last president that really went to Africa during his presidency. Person was worth his time. So
real talk.
Let's see. We are high-class workers on a plantation.
Currently, from our discussion, there are 8 black CEOs in Fortune 500. I couldn't even go down to 100. Fortune 500 companies, there are 8 black CEOs.
8 black CEOs. Now, so Paul made a comment like there are black companies that are on the public. I understand that, but I'm just saying I'm saying that where are those companies ranked in as far as market cap? Where are they ranked as far as market cap? Like 500 companies is a lot of companies. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot of companies. So if it is any predominantly black ones, they're very low on the list. You know. So we still got a long way to go. Let's see. Be friends with someone from Ghana. But damn, there was another one I was gonna bring up.
And also as well, you know, I want to make it clear to, you know, all of the immigrants, whatever, that are listening, you know, to this live. Like, understand, we don't have a problem with immigration as long as it's done legally. We don't have a problem with other phenotypically black ethnic groups or any other immigrant ethnic groups at all. We only speaking out because we're just recently coming into the understanding that y'all didn't see us as combined with y'all. So we said, okay, all right, no problem. But now, since we're saying that we are a delineated group separate from that, now there's so much smoke. Look, y'all can't have it both ways. And every time I ask somebody, explain why it is you have so much smoke for American blacks, nobody can explain it. The dude in the chat, the ant, whatever his name is, said, because you live in the hood. That's why. Like, bruh. Because you live in the hood. That's your reason?
But let me read this comment, man. So this is the thing, people, you know, this is why I gotta try to enlighten people. He said African brothers are lined up outside the library along with Asians. I never seen that when I was in school. If we at the club and don't like books, we can't compete. So this you know, and appreciate the comment, man, but it's a lot of ignorance in this comment. Not calling you ignorant, it's a lot of ignorance in this comment. Don't you know that, you know, if you look at black images, and especially in like the 60s to 70s, you know, you see black boys and black girls, they dressed up. Mother got the, you know, black moms had the girls' hair hot combed and looking neat for school. And, you know, you see them with books. You see we have a cultural history of learning. Even during slavery, where we wasn't allowed to educate, people had to we were so hungry for knowledge that we had to sneak to learn, to be able to learn. So we always had a hunger for education. Just because some things you don't see in our present generation. I think a lady had said this on TikTok. She was like, a lot of black immigrants are where we were 50 years ago. You know what I mean? We like I said, we've had our doctors, lawyers, and engineers from the 1900s. We had Thurgood Marshall on the Supreme Court. You know, we had I'm getting a brain fart. We had so many people, but over time, you know, cultures evolved, and you know, white people put in a lot of work, and then they, you know, historically, and then they developed the lazy, you know, then they developed the lazy class, and then they started to want to, you know, import slaves. You know, another group of people get wealthy, and, you know, people start to get lazy, and they start to import slaves. Now we can call it cheap labor. That. You know, a lot of people don't really talk about just human behavior, but once you get to a certain point and wealth and status, people are like, all right, we can start bringing immigrant people, especially minority immigrants, are looked at as cheap labor. Cheap labor. That's why, you know what I mean. That's why the floodgates was open in the you know, Mexico border. It's cheap labor. We don't have, you know, we don't have slavery, but we have cheap labor. You know, also what I have a problem with this comment, and like I said earlier, I'm a person that has been in a lot of circles. I'm, like I said, I'm a scientist. I've worked in a lot of industries in science. I've worked in a lot of corporate spaces. And you can say, y'all can say you've seen Africans do this or that. They are not heavy in the physical sciences. They're not heavy in the pharmaceutical industry. They're not heavy as lawyers. So I know a lot of lawyers. They're not heavy even in the medical field. How many? Like I said, how many? All three, y'all be right. Yeah, I just don't want to make it seem like I'm just saying something. You had doctor's appointments, or you have to go and try to search for. Have there been a lot of things you just they use staff? What's your experience of Africans as being like?
Hey, no excuse. You're going in and out really bad, bro. Like it's becoming inaudible.
Okay, did y'all hear anything I said?
Yes, I heard you. You posed the question, but we didn't actually hear the question.
All right, let me say it again. I say you guys have been to the doctor, dentist, other maybe eye doctor, or whatever. Have you guys had a history of seeing a lot of Africans like just searching for doctors or in the medical field? I'm not talking about CNAs and lower level positions. I'm talking about actual, the actual doctors. Because I haven't seen a lot in my lifetime.
Yeah, it's going to be regional. In Dallas and Houston and like I said, other big metropolis areas. There's a high number of Nigerians in the medical field, all levels.
And to follow up with that, even talking with like Black Man Travels, who's Haitian, a lot of the cultures that come over here, whether they be African or Caribbean, when they're immigrants, their main goal is for their children to go and do STEMs, either through electronics or the electrical and computer field, or you need to be a doctor, a dentist, a lawyer, something of high note when you're getting that degree. So they're all pushed in that direction. So I think even Black Man Travel said you're not successful unless you have one of those type of degrees, engineering, doctor, lawyer, or something within those families, because of their mentality when they come over here. They come over here to get it, no doubt. But they're for the percentage of the people that come over here, for them to tout that they're the most successful, that's cap.
Yeah, he want to point out. Our son. Yeah, we do have a decline in amplitude in a Black community, but human behavior, human history has shown every group of people are going to get lazy. Even when they talked about how men are becoming more feminine in the Western society. They say weak men. What's the saying goes? Certain situations create strong men. So
yeah,
everything is cyclical.
Strong men create weak men over a period of time, and it runs in cycles.
Yeah, everything is cyclical. So let's just hypothetically say Nigerians are, they have this area where they're, focusing on, education, which is not true, but let's just say that they have this era, right? It's going to get to the point where that group of people are going to get lazy as generations go on. There's going to be a new group of people that didn't get the opportunity. It's the same with sports. The NBA is becoming more international because American players, they don't have the same hunger like back in the day. That's not an indictment on lineage. That's just human behavior. That's the thing that they don't understand that they're doing. They're making it seem like instead of seeing things from a human behavior standpoint, they're making it, when they say FBA is not doing it, they're saying that our bloodline is more superior than yours. They may not realize they're saying that, or maybe they are, but they're saying that their bloodline is better than ours when it comes to intellect. The white man used to say that, and nobody is superior intellectually. If you put a book in front of me and a book in front of a Chinese man and the same book in front of an African man, if we desire to understand the information in that book, we all have the ability to master that and to do well with that. It doesn't have anything to do with lineage, you know.
Yeah, he to his thing about our son is not reading at grade level. That's true, but I want people to think of this, and not saying that we should be accepting that because he's right. There is a portion of a percentage of our demographic of young boys that don't read at grade level. But let me ask this, just to be a smart ass about it, not to him, but I'm just being a smart ass about it. Why should they learn to read at grade level when we have immigrants to come here and don't have to learn the language at all? That's my point. Like everybody, like y'all know when we was in school, you couldn't get a job if your grammar wasn't good, and you couldn't get this, and then all of a sudden when they put us through all the bullshit, pardon my language, they just said, okay, we're going to stop having these mandatory requirements, to get jobs and get through school, because they knew that bringing the immigrant people here, they couldn't compete with us on that level, man. I'm gonna just keep it 100%. They lowered the bar. So like, to the brother Paul Bunyan, I just want you to think about that. Like everyone's saying, like what our American black youth and men aren't doing, we're not going to forget the obstacles that was put in place and that are still in place to make sure that we can compete economically on a global stage. And I'm not going to let anyone sit around and act like that's not the case, because that's exactly what it is. And if nobody else has to come here and learn the language and be proficient, why are we expecting ours to? Even though we're going to still push for that, but why do we have to do all the things that nobody else has to do?
You know what else too, Heartthrob? They keep pointing out these negative stats. That's the thing that bothers me, because you can, on one hand, you can talk about literacy in the black community, but I got a frat brother that just got his daughter a scholarship at Howard, and she's a chemical engineer major, and she just got straight A's. My niece just got accepted to college on a scholarship, and she's going to be in a STEM field. Like, I know so many people in the black community that are educated and have a future ahead of them. So why is it always, and I'm not going to say it's always the focus, but people always seem to get negative information because of the circles they're in. But I could give tens of thousands of positive things that's going on in the black community that people don't know about, or don't want to hear about, or don't care about.
No, they know about it, but to your point, they just want to keep trying to demonize us and denigrate us image-wise, like we're this demographic of failing people. They know that it's not true. And how you know that they know that it's not true is because they worked so hard to try to prove the point. You don't have to come up with all these things and denigrations and fetishes about American blacks if we are that low performing. It would just show itself. And if we were so underperforming, why do we have so many ethnic groups almost forming alliances against us? For what? If we that underperforming and that niggardly, if we're that niggardly and that low performing, then those should be some people that you would want to help out. That's how you know they're lying.
And salute to you, Paul. He said my son is finishing up his civil engineering degree. Yeah, I just one of my friend brothers, his son just got a full ride at Harvard University.
Right.
FBA at Harvard University.
But let's say this.
Congrats to you and your son.
Yeah, let's say this though. There are so many Black American success stories that we don't have to tout it. It's already globally known. Whereas when you have an immigrant to come over here and they excel, it's an amplified magnifying glass put on that one or two individuals or that lower percentage, because it's them with this. Because everybody loves a great story. You had the immigrant that came over and he fought and he climbed up to the top to become successful. That's a regular everyday story here in America. Coming out the ghetto to become successful, owning your own businesses, being an entrepreneur, getting a college degree. That's an everyday one and done.
Getting out of there and getting out of school or making it through school without falling victim to drugs and violence is a success story over here for us.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's a success story, man. Because these young man, like y'all know how we had it.
That's how you know they don't know our history. That's right. How you know they don't know our history. Because the shit that we had to go through every day, they're not raised in their country to have to fear the police initially. They're not fearful of they have to walk across the street because there's a white man, this, that, and the other thing. Because the majority of their country are people like them. We're taught from a young age to be paranoid. You can't say certain things when you walk out. Make sure you're dressed a certain way and you don't talk a certain way in front of white people or this person because you don't want the cops to look at you crazy. You know, tucking your shirt or this, that, and the other. You go outside paranoid from the time you were born here.
Don't speak with your full voice because they take it as aggression. All of that. They don't know.
They even get to my age at 57. That's not a given in America. Between all the violence from the street, the gangs, and everything else that our kids have to survive through, bruh.
That's real talk, fam. Because they don't know. They don't know. Like you touching on something real critical and something that is very detrimental to their understanding of us as an ethnic group over here. And they, like you said, they don't understand those hidden things that has been glossed over, that we were taught by our grandparents and our great uncles and aunties. And, you know, like you said, they gave us an unspoken blueprint as to how to navigate to keep these people up off of you. And this filtered into every aspect of our lives. And to make it out of high school and go to college, that's a success story.
I'm telling you, every Black American has PTSD from the time they were a child.
Man, I'm so traumatized, bro. Like I really feel like I know, because I know you feel the same thing. It's not like we've been in an actual war, but it's an actual. You feel like it's just no let up. You at any moment, the slightest thing that you like, you can't get angry. You can't. You damn near can't even stand up for yourself, man.
Right. And here's the other thing: the twist on that whole scenario. We even have self-hate in our own country. Obviously, being lighter skin versus dark skin. It was the house nigga versus the field nigga. It was all this. We have been turned inside out and upside down within our own community. Yeah. We don't need no extra help from some outside entity like an immigrant to come here and throw another monkey wrench in our own fucking story.
Right.
We got enough issues within ourselves, within our own community, because of how mixed up and integrated we are within our own system.
Man, think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
self-hate is already there. And then the outside hate that's coming at us. It's a battle every time you walk outside. That's why brothers in America look for peace in our women, because we're battling from the minute we walk out the door to get back in the house. And then to have it come at us when we get in the house. Whereas an immigrant, that's in their country, they don't have to battle walking out their house and coming back in.
Right. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you could be in a whole different part of town with people that look just like you, no matter the whether you light skinned, super light skinned, caramel complected, mocha, dark skin, it don't matter. Like, right. You never know who was looking at you like, who is this nigga? You know, you never know.
Exactly. And then if you grew up in a hood environment, it's like, yo, you walk one block one way and one block the other way, and you're in a whole nother set. Yeah. You got to deal with a whole nother situation.
Yeah, man.
You know, everybody had to be paranoid about what colors you wore in certain cities because certain colors meant you were a certain thing. So you had to wear neutral colors just to walk from your house to your school.
So true that. And then, and to your point about the women, then, like you said, our women, you know, they've been on this disrespectful trek. And so you got to worry about dealing with one of them because you don't know who and how many she dealing with. And then you got to deal with even more enemies. And that's the worst thing, is to have enemies and not know that you have them and not know who they are.
Oh, those backroom haters in the behind you. And the ones that come after you too, man. They'll look for an excuse.
That's what I'm saying.
They look for an excuse to jump in and add to. You don't know who in your girls here. You don't know who in your boys here. You don't know none of that shit, bro.
You don't know nothing.
All kind of discord and planting seeds to harvest later in that motherfucker's brain, bro.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man. And like you said, like with these dynamics, we don't have time to be trying to figure out what other phenotypically black ethnic group immigrant is against us as well. So for me, now I'm just looking at, I'll just assume that the majority of them is like that. You know, not and I know that not all of them are like that, but there's too many within each group for me to not be on guard.
Right.
That's terrible.
And here's the thing, now you got politicians that are 1 or 2 generations in from being immigrants that have now started controlling the laws that are being passed and speaking for us as if they are us and have no history or reference to who we are FBAs. I think you're trying to say something, no excuse, but you were relegated to just straight static.
Oh man, I'm not speaking, but I
You're
tried
back
to
now.
switch my computer. It sounds static.
Now
it sounds better.
Right now. Yeah, now you're talking, you good. What happened?
We can hear you, bro.
Is he saying something?
He was, but then he stopped.
I think he's switching from his phone to his computer right now. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's Borging right now.
All right, y'all keep rocking. I'm gonna put myself in the background.
All I'm saying is, brother that was on the panel earlier, left shooter. But the link has been in the chat. You can always rejoin us. You taking pot shots from the chat because you don't want to actually have a real conversation, man, that's been done. You were up on the panel before. For some reason, you got disconnected. Nobody kicked you off the panel. We don't do that unless you outright rude. So if you want to hit that link, it's in my chat. I can repost it in the regular chat. Hit the link, come back up here and state your points. We can have grown man conversation, bro. But you trying to take pot shots and shame people or throw out some negatives about our culture because you have a problem with your culture has nothing to do with us, bro.
And that's the thing, man. Like,
let me try to play this link rolling.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. You just disappeared on us.
Okay, I'll
I got bad. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna screen record it on my phone and upload it on here. So y'all can talk for a minute.
And I dropped the link again, so you can hit that link, left shooter, if you want to come up, bro.
But yeah, and you know, while you're doing that, in regards to left, you know, I asked him, I said, what was negative or derogatory that we said to you or about Africans that wasn't factual? You know, for the most part, and even when I hear FBAs doing it, if they don't have justification to start roasting, like, I don't support that. You know what I mean? Like I told Left, like, I'm with, when we had these panels and listening panels and stuff, I want to hear what the other person is saying so that I can, if they talking crazy, I can break it all the way down. I don't like all that crosstalk. You know what I'm saying? Because we have enough ammunition to stand 10 toes down without any taking no pot shots or none of that. Like, we don't have to do it. We battle tested. We battle tested, man.
That's a fact.
Real talk. Like, and it's not being arrogant or nothing, man. It's just like, and I said it on the last live that I was on with y'all. It's not like we're saying that other ethnic groups, particularly in Africa, and a lot of Asian countries too, that they didn't go through some terrible stuff and may not still, some of them may not. That's not what we're saying. But what we are saying is, real talk, you have no right to come here and, like you said, wag your finger at us. You have no right to do that. Because for one, whatever you've been told or think you know about our history and our culture, you clearly don't, you clearly don't know it. You clearly don't know it. And it's like, I was listening to Tariq Nasheed, and there was a lady on there that made a comment to somebody. He was an immigrant. He made some comment, and she brought up the whole thing. She said, "You don't know our history, and you don't know the whole thing of the CIA with or the FBI with J. Edgar Hoover, and his whole thing of making sure that they stop, you know, a Black Messiah movement, so to speak, that would unify the American Blacks and cause them to undo the system." And she said that it was at that time, while they were trying to figure out what to do, that's when they started introducing the immigrants in on verbal contract to kind of undermine our upward mobility here. And I'm like, wow.
That's exactly the way it went down. They broke. We were the strongest nuclear family in the country of the United States. The strongest nuclear family, the strongest, was Black American. I mean, we even went into the power dynamic on one of my panels where we talked about how they used to sell to the Black community. And this is back in the 60s when we were over $1 billion in spending power, and white people did not sell to us. Where do you think that $1 billion went to? Black supported businesses and banks, and they wanted a piece of our spending power. So they started teaching businesses how to sell to us specifically.
Crazy.
And this is back in the 60s when $1 billion was damn near like $1 trillion.
Crazy.
And now we are over 1.3 trillion in spending power in Black America, but yet and still you got African nations and Caribbean immigrants coming over here talking about we're broke. Bruh, go somewhere with that.
Yes, it's amazing, man. It's amazing. But to me, what's more amazing is how they have so strategically and almost perfectly squeezed us out of global participation.
Yeah. When we're low-key participating globally. You got passport bros and brothers that only consider themselves passport bros going over to other countries and starting businesses and thriving. Here's the biggest thing. Black Americans can go anywhere in the world, readily acceptable, but they know we're coming with dollars. And if their country's set up just right, guess what? We'll establish a business. Inversely, a Nigerian doesn't go anywhere to start a business. They're going to take advantage of a system. And yes, they can become successful from systems that were already put in place by other people. But then you want to beat your chest and say you're better than Black Americans? Get out of here with that.
Yes,
by far, Nigerians and other cultures that are coming from the poorer nations are not going to establish businesses right off the bat unless they're given advantages because they're immigrants.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's all of them. And, you know, while they're talking about how we're talking bad about Nigerians or whatever, you know, we ain't really even addressed the whole issue of, on a global level, they are known for the scams that they introduce into the areas that they go into.
Hence why they're being banned from so many nations already.
Right. Like
on the enter list, goddamn it. You know what I mean? Come on now. How are you going to be on the do not enter list and then you got something to say bad about a country where you're coming to try to take advantage of our system and our benefits?
Yeah, we ain't making this up. You know, like it like they got mad scams for medical diplomas, you know, medical certifications, lawyer certifications, you know, attorney, legal certificate. Like they somehow you know, kind of leading the pack on this fraudulent activity, you know, and seriously, like I don't think they believe it when we say this, but
they know they're in self-denial. That's all that is. They know.
Well, I know they know, but I'm saying I don't think they believe folks like myself when we say this. Like I'm disheartened, not, you know, not so much against them. Like I'm disheartened that this is what I view my people, them, Nigerians, all of them. I looked at us as all one people. I'm disheartened that this is the situation. But now we just got to face facts about what it is. We didn't cause this delineation. Y'all did this. We were, hey man, hey, can we have a barbecue with y'all, man? Oh, come on in, man. Oh, sure, fam. We didn't know that they felt like that about us.
Yeah, we said, listen, it was so kumbaya-ish. We changed our designation United States from Negro American to Black American to African American to be inclusive of those immigrants. And then they turned around and flipped us on us, and that's why we started reverting back to saying, okay, Black American. Then we had to be more specific because all Black Americans can be inclusive of immigrants. Then we had to delineate and say we have to call ourselves something differently.
Yeah.
And I explained it on another panel. It's on one of my shorts. And the reason you have to do that, they always say Black people are a day late and a dollar short. We don't pre-plan for shit. The whole idea behind even just saying FBA, it's not that we're being racial or dismissive of any other Black historical figure or anything like that. But if there is a chance for reparations, if it ever did come down the pipe, when the ruling came down, they're going to say, well, how are we going to discriminate, or how are we going to be able to discern who's actual children of slaves and not? We're already ahead of the game. We have a designation called FBA. We've done the background checks. We've gone through our ancestry. We can track past the 1800s on where our families were at that point in time. That's the only difference. Other than that, we're all Black Americans. Hey, kumbaya on that part. But the FBA part is specific because we know how people can be when money is involved. They want to jump on the bandwagon and try to snatch their fair share or unfair share.
See, that's it right there, Ronan.
The whole point of it is to get in line and set a standard before, if there is in the future, whether it's during my time, at my age, or some other time, my great-grandchildren might get it. Whatever. There still needs to be that one last piece. Because America is a melting pot, no doubt. But at the end of the day, like everybody else can pull out their flags, we got to be able to say, hey, our flag is the United States flag or FBA flag, because we don't have no ties to Africa. We don't have no ties to the Caribbean. Our people fought and died to stay here and live and exist.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can. You're coming through strong now.
All right, let me. I want to play this clip, man. This just shows kind of the strength of the black community, man. Let me share this real quick.
But he threw the rock. He tried to hit my sister, but he almost hit me about that much away from me. And I was sure wish he had hit me with that rock. I would pick up the rock right next to me and hit him right dead in his face. They always say niggas are doing everything. They always say we're doing everything, right? We don't read it every time the white people come down the block. We don't push them out their neighborhood and throw rocks and start hitting them. We don't bother the white people around our neighborhood, but when we get in a white neighborhood, they just push us out.
Yeah, everybody with us, they with nothing, you know, they're a piece of dirt, dogs. I mean, that's the way you treat an animal. I mean, God, we're human beings. You don't treat other people like that. It's just wrong. Black, white, I don't care. A person is a person. Skin should have no bearing on how you treat a person. That's just wrong.
I hate their goddamn guts.
You don't hate them. I can't say that I hate them. I can't say that it's totally the kids' fault. I mean, I'm sure their parents had some bearing on the way they feel and everything else. I think it's just the system. I don't know. I can't say that I hate them because I don't hate anybody.
Do you forgive them?
No. Can't take back no hurt. But they gonna always do that. They always spit on us like we some dogs. They always gonna
back
that.
on them.
Ain't nothing gonna change.
Guess what? That was 1976. I was 9 years old. I was those kids' age.
Crazy.
At that point in time in my life. 9 years old, the same age as those kids.
Man,
And I had the blue out afro and everything.
I felt that, man. But you know, a lot of things that they say that still today, like they hit you, you hit them back.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. Like, you hear the wisdom in the words of these little kids. Like if you listen to it, this is indicative and proof of how we had to be grown before we were supposed to be grown.
Boom. That's it right there. The paranoia, the PTSD, having to be more grown and not being able to live in your childhood. That's why I said we had PTSD from the time we were a child.
Yeah, man.
Where white kids got to grow up and be kids and not have to worry about nothing in this world.
That's true.
That's a powerful clip. And you know, for people to sit around and come with the whole trope of, well, that was longer. That's not that long ago, damn it. That's not long ago. My man just said he was 9 years old at the time of that clip. And you think he can't recall his childhood like it just happened yesterday? What was your 9th Christmas like, bruh?
Say that again.
What was your 9th Christmas like? At 9 years old, what was Christmas like when you was 9?
Where was I at 9? I was in Overland Park, Kansas, and it wasn't bad, man. I had a stepdad by then. My mom was remarried. Good. I had a good Christmas. I had just moved to Kansas like a year before then.
So what I'm saying though is that
because we had left New York in 76. Because I can remember 1976, 77, there was a huge ice storm in upstate New York, or New York period. And people literally froze in their cars. There were almost 10 to 15 foot snow drifts.
Yeah.
People literally died in their cars because it was so cold on the East Coast.
Yeah.
We moved to Kansas the following year, bruh. Ice storms, 15-foot snow drifts in the middle of Kansas.
Yeah.
I remember it to this day. This is my history. Y'all talking about it like it's ancient history. This is what I grew up in.
That's what I'm saying, that it can be recalled like yesterday. And like I said, my grandparents, you know, they were sharecroppers, man. Like I talked to my grandmama, my granddaddy, they picked cotton in Tennessee. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
So I don't want to hear nothing that nobody's saying. This wasn't that long ago where I looked at my grandmama, my granddaddy, and years to this day, every time I talk about it, imagine them having to pick cotton. You know what I'm talking about?
These little those little girls is pushing back against white people and we're a minority in the United States.
At that point, we were a huge minority and still being treated like part of the Jim Crow laws were still in place.
And
that's why they're fearful of us being in the. If we was a majority black, that's why they want us to be a minority. You got majority black countries that wouldn't even, that'll be scared to push back at disrespect from white people in their own country, and we got to deal with this as a minority, and we still push back.
Real talk.
But go ahead, left shooter.
But yeah, I was just saying that's why I came back, you know, because I feel like this is a great opportunity to hopefully change the mind of 3 different people. Okay. And
how do you think one person is being disingenuous is going to change the mind of us 3 that know about our own? Hold on. First of all, you're speaking with an accent. You weren't born in America. You can't speak for our history, our ancestors, or anything dealing with FBA as a whole. All you can do is talk towards your nation. If you're Nigerian, then great. We got somebody on the panel that can speak to why Nigerians are so xenophobic and put out so much hate. But to try to turn around and educate us on our own history and what we had to deal with, even from that video clip where I lived that shit, that's going to be impossible, bro.
Well, the thing is, I'm not trying to educate you on your own history, okay? You guys know what you went through. I personally never went through anything like that. I go through my own adult racism here in Europe, and it's in a lot smaller scale than what it was back then. But one thing I want to make clear is that type of racism will never go away. Europeans generally don't like being around us, don't like dealing with this, and they only do it due to, you know, trying to save face or whatever. But I've been going to Africa for the past 2 years, and that's why I actually follow No Excuses. You know, he's part of the travel community, and that's why I mainly follow his channel, because I found his channel through that, because I traveled the world, you know, Caribbeans, Thailand, Africa. Well, recently, in the past few years, I've just been going to Africa. And really, West Africa, by the way, I just go to West Africa. And when I go there, I deal with Nigerians, I deal with all Ghanaians, everyone. And yeah, you know, like you said, there's a lot of things to say about Nigerians that aren't, you know, possibly positive. Because a lot of Africans, we have our own things about Nigerians that we don't like. Yeah, I'm not holding you back on that, but I wouldn't actually make a live and talk about that. But it's like one of those things. If you talk to a West African, they'll probably have a few negative things to say about Nigerians, you know. But as a whole, one thing we do know in West Africa is that most of our teachers were Nigerian, because they have a good education system, you know. A lot of the business owners are Nigerians. But honestly, though, I think as a community, as a black community in this world, we're always going to have that treatment that we just saw those kids going through. It's in a different level now. Like you said, you went through it as you know, when they were your age, you were around their age, 9 years old when that happened. So that's basically a lifetime away. That's not that long ago. So these people are now in their 50s or whatever, and we're getting the same shit, but now it's different. Now you walk into a restaurant, you're eating maybe with a white chick. Now they're looking at you strange. You can't breathe in Europe, and I'm guessing it's probably the same in America as well.
So if you relate to that, I don't know where you were born and raised, but if you relate to racism, a lot of Africans come here. You know, well, a lot of Africans say that they didn't come to America to help us fight civil rights or anything like that. They came here for money, so they're okay with being disrespected. Well, let me not generalize, but getting the bag is more important to what they got to deal with to get it.
I think that's a true. I think that's a true statement. That statement there is definitely true. And another thing I've heard you guys say is Africans go to America and they basically use the safety net of Black Americans, and I think Africans do that all around the world, even here in England. So what African Americans did during the civil rights movement was very big worldwide, and it just basically showed how powerful Black people can be. And even nowadays, that's what happened during the Black Lives Matter protests and all these sort of things around the world, even here in England. But also, you have to understand there's a very small population of Africans, like the ones that say that stuff out loud, like, oh, yeah, we don't care about civil rights. African Americans, they're lazy. These are Africans that probably aren't very educated, and they're coming from such poverty that all they care about is making money to make ends meet or to send money back home. So when they come here, they come in here with a way different mindset. You can't generalize all Africans, put them in one basket, because some Africans come from a very educated background or a very wealthy background, and we treat traveling like for holidays. I used to travel when I was a kid to America for holidays. I bet you guys didn't travel to Africa for holidays, but I used to travel for vacation.
Listen, I've been traveling since I was 2 years old. We would go to Bahamas, Jamaica, Puerto Rico. So as a kid, I traveled, but I went to Caribbean nations. I didn't go to Africa specifically. But yeah,
Right.
Some of us grew up and we didn't grow up in ghettos. I didn't grow up in the hood. I can't associate to what hood mentality is. I had to be taught that, but I didn't grow up around it. So all of us didn't come in disadvantaged. But that's where I get into the mix is I'm from that other culture, and I still don't like people referencing it that has not had to experience it.
Why do you think, Left Shooter? Why are some Black immigrants concerned about, let's just say, if people are lazy or not taking advantage of education? Why does it bother? Why would it even bother them if they're focused on the money? If they're not concerned about our, civil rights in America, if they're not here for the culture, as they say, if they're here strictly for the money, why would they even care or be interested in negative statistics about the Black community? Like, if I'm somewhere for some money, I don't care what. I'm not thinking about what the next person doing.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But I think it starts off when African immigrants, when they first come into the country, because of what they've watched in Africa, what they've seen, the propaganda, and a lot of it is propaganda. Because nowadays, I don't even watch TV, I don't watch Netflix, because everything you watch is whitewashed. Okay, like all the TV shows, all the superheroes, every thriller, all the amazing films. It has a lot to do with white people. It does. So when you're in Africa and you're watching and you're taking all this stuff in, like my favorite stuff when I was a kid was like Home Alone, like watching that sort of stuff. So when you come here, you don't even want to mingle with a lot of African Americans. And it sounds crazy for me to say it, but it's absolutely true. So they come here, they start mingling with white people, they take on that white culture. And then they so like when they eventually start looking back after, whatever career path they take, they sort of look down at the African Americans, but they don't know that, and I think Europeans as well in general.
So why do they come live amongst Black people in the community? Why they don't step foot in the white neighborhood?
See, I don't know what the situation is like there now. I don't know what the situation, and since I've left America, immigration went haywire all around the world. So I left America around 2007. Around that time, even in England, it wasn't that, immigration wasn't that crazy. But there was a time where literally they just opened the borders, and now we're dealing with the bullshit because of it. America's going, the whole world is turning right wing because of this mass immigration that they allowed since, let's say, since the financial crisis. I have my own theories of why they did it. But basically.
So first off, I need you to concede, a fault when we were mentioning the HIV rates in Nigeria. And you told myself and the brothers on this panel that we didn't know what we was talking about. Secondly, you were saying that you didn't know why, specifically why Nigerians do this or that, or why they say certain things. And I want to say it's because, like No Excuse said, when we have our people putting out misinformation against other ethnic groups, but specifically our phenotypically Black family, we check them. So I'm wondering why you ain't checked the people that you heard giving misnomers about us, and it went into your eardrum?
Yeah, so I think with the HIV thing, I did look at the stats. I was talking and I was saying a lot of crazy, important things, a lot of great points, and I just looked at the phone and I realized I wasn't even in the chat anymore. I thought I got kicked out. But yeah, basically Nigeria was like top 10, top 11. A lot of the top countries in African though, and they're normally East African. So, well, but also, yeah, we all know that there's a HIV problem in Texas and in Atlanta. But like I said, I came back to this chat to convince you guys of a specific thing, which is this whole FBA thing is not a good look. And I appreciate that you guys want to. I appreciate.
Oh my God.
No. I appreciate that you guys like want to like take in your culture, like do this whole like foundational Black American thing, but like it's basically you're just separating yourself, and it's like.
Let me just respond to that real quick. I know obstacles came up. We're doing what we're doing. We're the last to do it. We're delineating last. You got to understand, in the United States, people delineated, immigrants delineated first. They don't want to start repping their flag when we just thought everybody was black. We didn't need to know where you was from. We looked at, we all got the same struggle. Let's be on code together. Blah blah blah. The delineation started way before FBA came around. We're just realizing everybody was practicing tribalism except us. We just realized that there was competition and people keeping score amongst their lineage. We're just waking up to that. We like, wow, people keeping score, people doing. We don't, we can't have black stats. We got to have Nigerian stats. We got to have, all these different black immigrant stats for accomplishments. We're late to the party with that. So now we're saying, okay, if this is how the game is being played, we need to delineate so we make sure hip hop belongs to us.
I mean, we know that. We know hip hop, basketball, sports, the 90s, like all of that good shit belongs to you guys. And when it comes to tribalism is like a weird thing where like it can take years to explain, but like when we're in the same place, we treat each other like family. But like, yeah, when it comes to politics, taking power, yeah, tribalism goes into. So tribalism is very complicated. But when it comes to this FBA thing, it's like it's specifically saying we are this, we're Black Americans, this is us, this is our culture, and we're not like these other black people. Literally, that's exactly what it is.
What everybody else been doing. That's the epitome
but
of
there's no, when it comes to tribalism, that's not what it is. Like tribalism, like I said, it has to do with like politics. Like, okay, what tribe is in power, but we don't actually like, we don't like.
But that's what Nigerians do. We are this great people. We are the kings or giants of this. Go ahead.
But yeah, look, if you go back in time when in Nigeria and all the coups that they have, it's all to do with who's in power. And like in general, they all like get along fine. But as soon as like this tribe starts taking too much power, then people start getting like, getting a bit jealous. That's all it is. It's only to do with like power struggles.
That's what it is in the US.
This FBA thing is more of a racial thing, and it's actually it's very similar to what Europeans do.
Wait,
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Wait a minute. How did you call FBA being racial?
Because it is, and that's why I wrote that comment earlier. And I said, "Look, your white DNA is starting to show." It's almost similar to what the Europeans do.
How about Americans? How about FBA specifically had an identity crisis for a lot of years because we are always told to assume these other cultures as being ours when we actually had our own individual cultures, and then we realized that those cultures that we were trying to assume that we were in denial of us.
I don't want to. He's mentioned political. What everybody is fighting. That's the power play. What these immigrant groups are doing. They're strategically trying. Look at the lady that's in Congress in Minnesota. You got Somalis in Congress. You got people with Somali descent running for a mayor in a major city. they know that you got people that you got Somalians looking out for Somalians. I've seen legislators in Georgia where somebody in Cameroon was in a legislator, and she vocally talked about how she wants to do things for people in her country. So it is politics that's going on with this tribe, with these other groups delineating. They have an agenda to look out for their lineage, and they realize that getting into political positions, they have more influence on a lot of things in America. So I think you're wrong, because just like in Nigeria or any African country with the tribes, and they're fighting, and one tribe wants to be in power, it's the same dynamic is going on here. But let me get obstacles in, and then everybody could kind of like popcorn stuff.
Yo, what's going on, everybody on the panel? What's going on?
Yeah.
What's up, my brother?
What's going on? So
What's
let me
good?
just get up in here real quick, Icky. Look, first of all, man, that's what that man's supposed to do. He's supposed to pimp you. He's supposed to give you his side, and it's supposed to come from your perspective and agree with his. Listen, I'm going to tell you, if you're Black American or if you're American, period, all groups have issues. I remember he said something about whitewash. If you go to China, things are Chinese washed. People wash their stuff in their own interest, to their own group, to their own tribe. That's just the way of life. That's how people have acted throughout all of history. It's nothing new, right? Whites didn't invent it. It's just a human thing. When we go to America, you see whites fought other whites. They deleted their other brothers that did not agree. There were some whites who wanted to free the blacks. There was a bunch of whites who didn't want to. They fought over that. So that's not the same whites doing the same thing and they're all on the same cause. So again, cultures have clashes. They differ. And if individuals come and tell you, hey, we're African, we're all in it together, you're dividing yourself, that's them trying to pimp you. Don't allow them to pimp you. They're going to do what's in their best interest, right?
Absolutely not.
As you can see,
What I'm trying to tell you is, how about this? Instead of thinking that you're FBA, I'm trying to say to you, you're never going to win in any European country, America, anywhere. You're never going to win.
Wait, hold on. Let me slow that down.
How are you winning? Because you're getting paid high? I'm getting.
I don't get paid. I have assets. I'm a multi-millionaire. I don't get paid. And 6 figures make 7 figures.
Okay,
I do
bro.
great for
But
myself.
let me tell you what.
I have no complaints. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I'm landing my plane saying about my life. You can't tell me that I can't. You can say whatever. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. This is my life. I choose it. I love it. I'm not complaining. Okay? You could do what you want. You can roll the way you want to roll. You could tell Americans they shouldn't do this and they shouldn't do that. They don't have to listen to you. All right? So at the end of the day, everybody can do what they want. They're free. I'm a free man. And so at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying. I deny what you're saying. It's your opinion. Good for you. Good luck. And I'm going to continue to win. Black Americans, you're from America. You're not from Nigeria. You're not from all these other countries. You have no citizenship. You have no rights there. You only have rights in one land. Defend your land, defend your position, and fight for your life, and you shall win. Enjoy.
Well said.
Hey, let me just point you to a channel. There's a channel on YouTube called Black Acres of the Gambia. And
I don't need to listen to anybody else when it comes to my history. I just told you that, young man.
No. Look,
you want to sit here and tell me how my history went and how I should believe based on my own experiences. That's a move. There's no way you're gonna come on this panel with all Black FBA Americans and try to tell us what we should or should not believe based on our life experiences. That's incredible that you even have the audacity coming from Europe.
But I lived in America. I've lived in America for 5 years. So I know the game. I know the game. But
and that's all you still cannot understand the depth of what we're saying because you have a shallow understanding.
And this is what I'm saying to your point, Ronan. And no excuse. I was saying that there has to be a cognitive disconnect because he said again that he feels that us using the FBA terminology and the act of delineation is going to be a bad thing for us. Now, let me ask you this, Left. Do the Hutu or the Tutsi, they live amongst each other, but don't they have a delineation?
Like, that's another classic example of a tribal problem,
but just
dealing with power struggles. So
yeah, I just like for you to
I've
answer.
already made that clear.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm trying to illustrate something here. So the answer is yes, they do have a delineation. Chinese and Japanese are actually from the same ancestor as you're claiming that American blacks and Africans are. They have the same ancient ancestor or near distant ancestor, but you're fine with them being Japanese and Chinese, correct?
Chinese and Japanese. I mean, I love Japanese culture, and look, I don't know the background between those two,
though,
but to me, they seem like completely different people.
But
they're completely different. They don't even look alike.
They have the same ancestor.
I mean, everyone migrated from Africa. Are you going that far back, or how far back?
That's a whole other thing. I'm not even getting to that point yet. Just follow me. So then we have, say, take Europeans. You have Slavs and Poles. They're from the same area. They have the same ancestor, but you're fine with one being Polish and one being Slavic, correct? You're fine with a Nigerian and a Ghanaian being their own ethnic group, correct?
Yeah, I am. But as a whole, hold on. There's something you're missing, though.
No,
as a
I'm
whole,
not missing that.
They're European, we're African, they're Asian.
Listen. You're missing the point because I'm giving more than one ethnic group. Follow me for a second. I've given you plenty of different ethnic groups, and you're fine with all of them being that. It's only a problem when American blacks delineate just as all of the rest of you have. Why is that?
Because American blacks are in a European society and they're trying to separate themselves from Africans specifically.
Do you realize how ridiculous you sound, bro?
Why are you trying to separate yourself from Africans?
Because y'all separated from us. We didn't start it.
No,
did.
No, he didn't. Listen. Here's a big thing that he didn't catch himself saying. You're trying to separate yourself from a European mindset, which is a white mindset. And that's not acceptable. You should go along with the white European mindset. He just said that indirectly by the way he just phrased everything he just said. The point of the matter is Black Americans don't give a fuck. We want the separation. We don't care. We're willing to challenge the status quo. That's the problem with a lot of these other immigrant nations. They come over here and they try to sow the seed of we need to start discord here in America, but yet and still their own nations are torn apart, but they don't have the heart or the fight to make themselves individuals and kicking out whatever controlling factors are in their country and reclaim their nations, their rare earth metals, their oils for themselves, and then start redistributing it through their own means. Only person that's done that so far is Burkina Faso. And until your nations, Nigeria included, can kick out any other controlling factors, all your corrupt governments, and start running your nations properly with the infrastructure it needs to support its citizens, the food and everything else, y'all have the audacity to come over here and suggest anything is just insanity. Why would we take your advice?
Our nations are very young. My nation, for example, got their independence in the 1940s. Okay. So you're talking about a political system that's still in its infancy. We're still learning. We've only had 3 presidents. America's had over 50 something. So there's a little bit of corruption, fair enough. But look, instead of saying that you're living an amazing life in America and trying to separate from other Black people, why don't you go to Africa, buy some land, marry an African, then tell me, then make a live, make a live show and tell me how good your life is.
We got to go fish.
I got a question.
I can't be on this chat with you guys all night because you guys aren't listening to what I'm saying. But look, all I'm saying is just go to West Africa for like a month and then come back and tell me if you want to make the same live stream. That's all
They
I'm
have
saying.
gone. They've gone over there and they've been swindled and murdered in a lot of cases. Don't come to us with that, bro.
Hold on. Hey, left shooter, you know how many times in America where I have ran into somebody from Trinidad, somebody from Africa, or anywhere, and I acknowledge them as being black like me and you, and they say, "No, I'm not black. I'm Trinidadian. No, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian. No, I'm not black. I'm Haitian." So.
Okay. Oh my God, that's not a fact. You've never heard that from a Nigerian. You might have heard that from someone from the Caribbean, which is probably true. Probably not Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe like somewhere from Dominican Republic.
How you gonna tell me my experience though?
You will never hear that from a black Nigerian because we love our culture. All of West Africa, you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that from West African. That's not. We love it. We love the term black. Are you mad? Okay. No, that's not a West African thing. That's a Dominican Republic thing.
Are you American?
No, he just admitted to saying he's Nigerian by nature.
Okay. No, I'm Gambian.
I'm telling you the black experience.
Then why did you speak for Nigerians as if you were a Nigerian?
Because I love the Nigerian ladies.
But this is the thing. By your verbiage, you speak as if you're something, but you're not.
I'm West African. I was taught by Nigerian teachers. I know Nigerians very well. My brother-in-law is Nigerian.
Is the classic definition and definitive definition of tethering, not only to American blacks, but to every ethnic group that you've encountered. You're tethering.
How can we have a productive dialogue if you want to dismiss the black experience and if you want to dismiss our experiences with these other groups as it relates to how they delineate it? If you're going to dismiss our experience, then we can't have any productive dialogue.
Nah, you know what? Like I said, you asked me to tell you 3 positive things about Black Americans. The first thing I said was resilience, and I love that about you guys. But honestly, I think you guys are probably lost still. You're lost. Because, one thing about us Black Americans, we're not scarred. We don't have that racial scarring for generations in us. We don't. And there's a speaker on YouTube. They're asking the difference between.
If that's an advantage when it's a disadvantage for you. It's a disadvantage for you for not having that fight in you. That's why your nations are the way they are. Because
we've got the fight. We just don't have the scarring. We don't have that racial
tested mentality that we have had to get to where we are right now. Like the brother said earlier, we are battle tested. You guys are not. You were given things based on the fact that battle tested people like FBAs were the ones that fought. And because our ideas proliferate itself globally, you guys, South Africa and other nations were given it based on the fact that we fought for it.
That's right. We fought for it and we accepted.
So you say it as if it's a disadvantage when it's absolutely an advantage, and why now globally Black culture, American specifically Black culture, is one of the most sought at and replicated cultures in the world, right along with the global spending power we have at over $1.3 trillion in the Black community. But yet, and you say all these things as if they're disadvantages. That's how uneducated you are to the power that we bring as Black Americans.
It's hard to hear, guys. It must be hard as a Black American hearing some guy talk to you about your culture like that. But all I'm saying is, from the outside looking in, like,
and that's the point. You're like outside looking into something you don't understand.
But sometimes you need to step back and look in.
You understand, and yet and still you speak as if you're Nigerian, but you're not even Nigerian. You just said you've been around enough Nigerians to understand their culture to speak as if you are them. But if you told a Nigerian you weren't Nigerian, you were speaking to their cause or to their direction, they would tell you to shut the hell up.
I'm here speaking on behalf of Nigerians because I'm not going to sit back and hear any disrespect of any African nation, and especially not from the FBAs. Because at the end of the day,
what was said that was disrespectful? Like,
a lot of things. One thing. I wasn't listing. Okay, I wasn't writing down a list, but you were saying things like, Nigerians are defecating in the street. That was one of the reasons why. Yeah, but
that's been
what's the context? Who was defecating?
Listen, it's a fact. So but you're saying that's one, but that's easily debunked. Name something else that we did. Or said
but do people? Okay, let's get that one out the way. Because do people defecate in the streets of LA? there's literally shit all over the streets of LA. So
Probably,
is that a fact or
probably
not?
so.
Okay,
Probably
we can
so.
get that
But
one out of the way then.
I thought we were getting off of that one. Name another one.
Yeah, but look, you were saying things like now, but honestly though, all the things you were saying is probably true to an extent. Like things like there's scamming, there's things like that.
Listen, I know what it is. I'm asking you what was said about them that was disrespectful. You're saying that we're saying all types of disrespectful stuff. You have the opportunity to lay it flat out and clear.
Okay.
FBAs, this is not true, and this is not true, and this is not. You said we're saying a lot of it. So go ahead.
Okay. One of the main reasons that upset me is because you're whitewashing the whole of Nigeria. You're basically brushing us with the whole of Nigeria with the same brush, with the same stroke. It's not the case.
How? You're not saying how. Tell us how.
Well, you're saying that there's people doing marital scams, something like along those lines. Well, yeah, Nigeria is a very large country.
Paternity fraud. That's true. Go ahead.
That happens all over the world. Mexicans do that.
We're saying that it was larger than FBA. That's a fact.
It was larger than FBA.
Absolutely.
In what way? Like the amount of fraud?
Yeah, it occurs more than with FBA.
Yeah, but okay. Well, what other crimes do FBA commit? We can we can go tit for tat. I can do this for hours.
Let me ask them one question. Hold on. Let me ask them one question, and then I'll let y'all talk. I'm gonna get some to eat while y'all talking. Let me ask you one question, Left Shooter. Do you believe? I guess what's your opinion on FBAs wanting reparations? Wanted the United States government to pay reparations for those enslaved under the U.S. government at the time, meaning that African.
I feel like if the American government, is willing to do that, I think that's great. That's great. But I think like I'm one of those people. I'm at a certain level of understanding of where I stand in this world as a young black man or whatever. That like. I would not want any reparations from a white man, okay? And I don't expect it from them because I know how they look at us specifically. So basically, as an FBA, if you're sitting there and you're saying, okay, oh, we're FBAs, we're different, that's like, that makes me think that you guys don't have an idea of what's going on in the world.
The question is that is do you have a problem with FBA making a point to make sure no other black immigrant groups are entitled to reparations? Do you have a problem with that?
Absolutely not. If there was any reparations given, then yeah, it would only be given to FBAs, of course. But then obviously, for a very long time, FBAs in America have been mating and having kids with African immigrants. So how are they going to work that out? That's a whole nother. But we all know that that's never going to happen ever.
That wasn't the question, but you answered.
No.
Let me
answer it. I said, look, I'm happy for reparations to happen. If it did happen, Africans obviously don't deserve it because they're not African American. But also, how are you going to work out all the African migrants that had kids with?
That's a different conversation. We're doing a reparations stream Sunday. But I just want you to answer who's deserving. Go ahead.
No excuses. I'm not even gonna be up here long, but I just wanted to ask how you doing, Left Shooter. I just since I just got on the panel, because I just wanted to ask you about a question. I heard you say a minute ago, and I guess it's something that kind of like really been like sticking in my head because I've been hearing a lot throughout these conversations, and I've heard not just yourself, but well, let me just make this one point. When I came in late and they were talking about the paternity fraud, you do know, I know you said you're from Gambia. The largest percentage of paternity fraud globally is Nigeria. Are you aware of that?
But why is that even a bad thing?
It's not. I just wanted to point that out because I came late and it seemed like the perception was that like all the paternity fraud was existing in FBA. I'm like the number one globally for paternity fraud is Nigeria, something like 30%. So I'm like, it's really not even a very high rate, even in America, among all races to include FBA. So most paternity cases have been proven that women are not wildly out here at some high rate pinning babies on the wrong person. So that's just a false narrative. But setting that aside, the point you kept saying, and I kept listening to, and tell me if I'm wrong, you kept saying FBA have like a sense of loss.
That's
Uh,
exactly what I'm trying
Okay,
to say.
all right,
But not in
okay.
a rude way. Not in a
Okay,
rude way.
I'm not, and I didn't think that, but it's more of a question because this is the question I have. It's like I've heard you say it, I've heard several other people say it, and I'm like, where do you guys get this perception that we're walking around with some sort of trauma inside, that we have a sense of loss to Africa? Where is this perception coming from? Where are you guys getting this belief that FBA or African Americans in America is running around I just feel incomplete unless I know where I come from in Africa.
Oh, I don't
Because I
think
can tell you most of us
it's
don't. But go
it's
ahead.
one of those where like the average African American is probably unaware of what completely
We don't know
360
where we
what's
come
going
from.
on.
We
No, no,
don't.
no. Not that you don't know where you come from, but you're
Okay.
unaware of what you're missing out. You're missing a piece of yourself, and that piece is literally in Africa. That's what
But
you're missing.
literally, but literally, see, that's the point. You guys see, in the way you just described it, right? We don't know where we come from. Most of us don't really care. You know what I'm saying? So, and when you say we're missing a piece, it implies like we're walking around with this sense of longing, this sense of loss. And why that's problematic is because I would say, wow, yeah, it would be nice if we knew. I've done my ancestry. I know where I'm coming back from Africa. And you know what? It didn't make me feel any fucking different.
Wouldn't it
Nothing.
be
I
nice
just
though
let me finish.
if
Let me
you
finish.
would? Okay,
I
okay, yeah,
I
go on.
just did it out of curiosity. But my problem with it is that it's always like it's a deflection. The first thing is that you don't know where you come from. Okay, of course we fucking know we don't know where we come from. Most of us were brought here through bond. Well, not most of us. Some of us were brought here through bondage, through the transatlantic slave trade, so on and so forth. It was stripped from us. This, that, whatever. When I think of a sense of longing, that's usually comes from a sense of loss. So my ancestors that were stripped and taken from Africa, yes, they had a sense of longing of Africa because they once knew Africa. But most of us, through multiple generations, that was lost to us, as they say, forever. So there is no emptiness to it any more than if you, as a Gambian, were born in, say, Japan and raised in Japan. You connect with the environment of where
Yeah,
you're from, and there's no loss of Gambia because that is something you've never known.
but
So when
every
that's
day,
let me I'll land
yeah,
my plane with this. When the projection is on us simply because of our skin color and ancestry, it's clearly undeniable my ancestry is from Africa, but it is an Africa that I have never known. There's no loss. There's no sense of longing. There's no, I'm confused. That's where I'm fucking from, and I don't know where. Complete story. End of discussion. I know how we got here. We know the circumstances. So the deflection of, oh, you want to deviate or you want to do this or you want to do that because you don't know where you're from. No, we don't care. That's the issue. If
and it's
that
not
makes
for
any sense. But go ahead.
Africa. It's not for everyone, and there's YouTubers that have made channels. One is called Black Acres of the Gambia. They're a family from Chicago, family of like five. They all went back to Gambia, bought acres of land, and now they call America the illusion, which is exactly what America is. But like I said, it's not for all Black Americans because some Black Americans, their whole life is like wired and interwoven within the American culture. They might have a white wife. Or they might have biracial kids, or they might live in a society where there's a lot of other African Americans. So it's like you're comfortable where you are, but
But
wouldn't it be nice?
it's not. See, you do the white wife and the biracial kid. No, we've been here generationally long enough that we should be. Would you expect that you and your ancestry in Japan for 400 or 500 years shouldn't be interwoven? Whether they all, you could have never married outside of your race. But if 500 years of Gambians existed in a place, you are now attached to that soil of that place where you're at. So it's not like,
It's tough, bro. It's tough.
I don't think the majority, I don't think most white people in America that's from Europe, Italian Americans or German Americans, feel any affinity towards fucking Germany or Italy. They just don't. They know
But
nothing of that. They
you know
know
how
that's
it
where
went.
their ancestry's from. That's
You know
it.
how it went though. Like initially, the Italians, they were called Spics by the Europeans. The Europeans are
Absolutely.
the problem. But then
What
after all these generations, now look, the Italians, the Irish, they've been taken in. Even the Hispanics are now been taken in. The Asians have been taken in, but the blacks will never be taken in. It's never going to happen because the whites, like their power control, and they will take in whoever will lick their ass. The Italians did it. The Hispanics did it. The Asians, those people 100% will do it.
what you're doing is you're trying to tell us like we don't have any option
There's
in the
no
very
option.
place that we built. So we built this nation, and so we're taken in. We built this place.
Hey, I'm
We
not
don't need
okay.
to be taken in. We
Maybe
don't
not just
need to be.
packing up and leaving is not the thing.
What
But
I'm
like
saying
all I'm
is
saying is,
we don't need to be taken into America. We built America.
but goddamn, your
There is no
president's white.
taking
Your
us in.
president's white. All the police
So
officers down the road is white. When you go to a court office, the judge is white. The person writing down the notes is white. Like, come on, that's not a way to live.
let me ask
And
you
then,
this. Let me ask you this.
Let me say this real
Everything in
quick.
Gambia is run by white people.
hell
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's not run by
Yes, it
white.
is. Yes,
Hold
it
on.
is.
Let me
Yes,
say
it
this real
is.
quick. Even if the countries we're talking about in Africa aren't necessarily run by white people, they are controlled indirectly through finances
Absolutely.
and all kind of bribes by white Europeans and Chinese. So while you could say
Yeah, I
we
mean,
might
look,
have a figurehead of a black person ruling our nation, they are so corrupted by outside resources and money, it doesn't really matter there's a black figurehead sitting there. He's still being controlled by what? The white power structure of
Ronan,
Europe.
let me ask him a question. Let me ask you a question, left shooter. You said you're from Gambia, right?
yes.
Tell me, what is the official language of Gambia?
Well, that
And
country
no
has.
fucking well. What is the official language of Gambia?
Well, okay. Like I
What is
said,
the
we got in
official language of Gambia?
the official language of
Yes, that the
Gambia.
government. Yes, exactly. What is the all those African countries have official languages.
See, this is the point where it's not important.
Excuse
Right?
me.
But it's English.
Don't wiggle.
It's
You should
English, but
know.
before English, you
It's
got
English.
Wolof,
Okay,
you
the
got
language of your
Mandinka.
masters. The language of your
Yeah, but
masters and
that's
your
just a
oppressors.
that's just a language.
Why are y'all in Africa speaking a white man's language?
Like, what that doesn't mean we're ruled by white people. That's just the way we
No,
communicate,
no,
do
no, no.
business, education, read books. That are,
Exactly. You're
But
control. You are still all pretty much everything in Gambia is run the same way your English masters left it. So what
hell
they
no,
do is they don't
hell
even
no,
have to be there to colonize your ass. They can
hell no,
colonize you online. You're
no.
still colonized by 'em. End of discussion.
It's not even the same. It's
Yes,
not
it
even the same.
is.
I don't have a
Yes, it
white
is.
angry police officer that's getting shit from his
So
wife trying to
what? So
exterminate
what?
me every time
So
I
what?
drive to work.
They tell a black angry police
Do you
officer
hear the
to bash you in
backhanded
your fucking
shaming
No,
head.
I got a
Hold up.
fucking black angry police officer asking me for
Do
fucking $2 so he can go
Yes,
home. So
to
and then I
bash
might
you in
know
the
his.
head.
Listen, do you
Look,
hear
Right.
do you hear the shaming tactic that he uses
Yes.
in a backhanded way in
Mhm.
order to try to diminish what you just said? He didn't
Exactly.
speak to the facts that you just said. He used some shaming backhanded tactic of shaming something about American culture, the things that we have to deal with in America, in order to answer or indirectly not answer your question about why is your nation speaking English and you're claiming like your nation is so much better.
Mhm.
Even the thing I just said prior to that, why are your
Mhm.
nations still corruptible even though they might have black figureheads sitting there? Even the thing. You haven't answered either one of those statements.
Look, when it comes to corruption, is one of those things. When you give a man one human being power, doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump, doesn't matter if it's a guy in Gambia, there's going to be corruption involved. That's just human nature. But yeah, like you said,
here's the thing: you guys don't have strong enough checks and balances to equal out that corruption.
But yeah, hey, I can deal with the corruption and the no infrastructure, but look, when I go to Gambia, I'm telling you, I feel like an elephant has just lifted off my shoulders. And if you have never been to Africa, you're never going to know. But you could sit on YouTube. All I'm telling you, look, I'm not here to be a prick.
Gambian because you're Gambian. American go back there. We got blue passports, and we're already assumed to have money. We're getting jumped. They want our money.
No, you're not. Search Black Acres. Have a look at Black Acres of the Gambia.
I can tell you, for instance, Trump just started kicking out a lot of immigrants. And I think it was Nigeria, Ghana, or one of these other nations said, since Trump is kicking out illegal aliens from our country, we're going to start kicking out legal American immigrants into our culture. They not only kicked out legal American immigrants, they took their businesses and assumed them into their country. Why would we subject ourselves to going and building infrastructure, building businesses and establishing relationships and homes in nations like that when they can easily turn around and say, you know what? We don't feel like having you here no more. You can go.
Or even better than that. How much of Gambia belongs to China?
Okay, look, how much of America belongs to China?
I don't know. How much of Gambia? I'm asking you. You asked me a question. You said in America, the white presidents, this, that, whatever. And I'm saying you're speaking the colonizers' language, just like we are. You're doing the same. Yes, you are.
No, your
official language, which means all of your government documents, everything that you operate in, is in English. 90% of your practices of Gambia is in English. Probably half your laws are Commonwealth laws from England. But yet you want to believe, because you're in black skin, where a bunch of black people around you, that somehow you broke the shackles of bondage, and you haven't.
100%. We haven't. Yes, no. I have. Because my ancestors' lands are still there.
Let me play this.
My ancestors' land is still there. Okay. People know me. People know my family. Like, come on.
Let me play this clip real quick. Because people been waiting for me to play this clip. Let me play this clip real quick.
And then here's what happens when the Somalis get into power. Here's who they fight for. This was South Portland in Maine selected the country's first Somali mayor. Here's what she said.
Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have. How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully we will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia.
So you get elected mayor in Maine, like one of the whitest states ever, and it's how can we help Somalia? First thought, hey, I just got in charge of some town in Maine. I'm in charge of the police, the fire, the city lights. How do we help Somalia? Mm-hmm. It's like the least international thing ever, but you immediately go to how do I help that war-torn country in the Horn of Africa?
That's a smart black woman. That's the type of black woman I want to marry.
You cooning up.
See, wow. So if African Americans had this type of mentality, imagine how Africa would be.
First of all, she's a mayor. She's not a governor. She's not the president. She's misappropriating government funds to go and ship it over to Somalia. She's going to fucking jail, bro.
Rub these Europeans for pennies, by the way, because however you take it.
Listen. You're complimenting a Somali mayor, but yet and still, somebody got on here and bragged about how many. I think it was you. How many Nigerian billionaires there are, right? But none of them are going back to their nations and helping their own country. You're staying here touting that you have these billions of dollars within these major players of Nigerian culture and other African nations. But they won't go back and fix their own countries. And the reason why they won't go back and fix their countries is because the corruptible governments and everything else that they have to look forward to with trying to fix those issues. But yet and still, you want positive FBA Black Americans to go over there and deal with the fight it's going to take to clean up those corrupted government, so then everybody else can take advantage of what we had to do, right?
I'm not telling you to go and fight and clean up and
You
start
absolutely
war.
just said that.
I'm
If
telling you to
you
go and see for
for a month,
yourself how you should be treated as a human being in like general everyday life, and then just the weight lifted off your shoulders from just being in Africa is just like damn. And you ain't got to move there permanently. You can still work in America, but instead of thinking that we're so different from you, we're exactly the same as you because the vast majority of your DNA is exactly ours.
Okay, so left shooter, let me ask you a question. What if I'm Congolese? I'm supposed to go to Congolese with a white man Donald Trump just had to end the war? Because they couldn't do it themselves. Can you help me with that? Can you help me with that? They just ended, the white man just had to tell them stop fighting. Like they were fucking children.
Well, that's happened everywhere.
That's
That's
in
happening.
Africa.
That's
Excuse me, that's
happened in
in Africa.
Thailand. What about Thailand,
Excuse me. Why,
Cambodia? Fighting
why we
happens
going to
everywhere.
Thailand? You telling
Uh,
I'm not, we're not talking about Thailand. We're talking about Africa where you telling us to go.
but that's general. That's just the way of the world.
You're
Fights
telling
happen everywhere.
us, so I
this
should leave the safety and sanctity of America and run my ass back to war-torn Africa
Yes. You think
and wait for the
America
white
is
man to
safe?
come and tell us to
America is
stop.
not safe. America is
Yes,
not
okay.
safe. You live
It's
in a
safer than
country
that shit.
where
It's
literally
safer than
white
there.
people think they fucking run shit, and it's
They
fucking
do.
dangerous.
They
If you
do
go
run
to a
shit. They
hospital,
run shit in Africa too.
no, they fucking
They
don't.
run shit in Africa.
How do they
They
run shit?
run
By
the
loaning us money? They don't
they
run shit by
run
loaning us
the
money.
entirety of Africa, and
No, they
China is
don't.
cutting its way in. Yes, they do.
They don't run shit
Literally,
in Africa.
literally
They
80
never
to
have.
90%, literally 80 to 90% of all African nations speak a European language as their
That's,
official language,
that's not a
as
bad
their
thing.
official government language.
Yeah.
It's either Portuguese, Spanish, English, or French. And like
I've
80
just been
to
to Africa. People
90%
can
of
barely speak English.
excuse me, that is what 80 to 90% of the countries on the continent of Africa, they all speak a European language, which is the language of their colonizers who left. Their laws were set up by their European colonizers. They still see they didn't change shit. They didn't sit there and say, "Oh, we're gonna throw this out. We're gonna all just speak Swahili and we're gonna come up with our own law." No, because they weren't fucking capable. They left and they left them in place. They left their little puppet masters in place in black skin
Yeah. I
to
can
tell
hear the
you
self
Negroes
hate.
what to
I can
do.
hear the self hate, bro.
Generational. No, it's an African that's over
No,
there doing it to Africans. So it's not an African American. It's a fucking African that they left in Africa to fuck over other Africans. And we're supposed to go in over there and join. Why would I go to an African country to sit there and be subjugated by an African who's doing the dirty work of a white man? I might as well stay over here and let the white man do it. What's the fucking
see,
difference?
everything you're saying is what's on the media. You've been
It's true.
this propaganda that they've given into you through CNN and Fox
What
News
country?
and stuff like that.
What country in Africa that's not under the thumb of the white man? Name it.
But what you're saying is through
What
financial debt
country?
and loans.
Yes.
China has loans. China and Japan can crash America if they literally decided
Excuse
to.
me. Not only loans, weapons. Half of Africa can't even fucking feed itself.
Oh my god!
Half of Africa can't even fucking feed itself if it
Go to
wasn't for the
Africa, bro.
West.
Just go to
Half of
Africa, bro.
Africa. I'm lying.
Bro,
Am I
we're
lying?
millionaires in Africa. We're
Excuse
literally
me.
having
Half
the time
of
of our life.
Africa. If it wasn't for the West, half of Africa would fucking starve.
Africa is the type of place. If COVID,
So why do they
no,
import
no.
so
Listen
much
to this.
food?
Listen to this important point. Because if you remember what happened during COVID with
Hmm.
all the lines of people getting soup
Hmm.
kitchens, and during the Great
Go
Depression,
ahead.
people trying to get soup and bread. If that happens again in this world, Africa is the only place, and probably Asia, that are going to survive. That's it.
If we have another pandemic,
If we have a pandemic or a Great Depression, Africa, because those places they're used to living on minimal amounts of food, but they still eat a few times a day. But people like American, Europeans, they're not used to that. So during the COVID and the Great Depression,
Africa is one Ebola break out from being wiped off the face of the earth if we don't fucking save y'all ass.
What happened to New York during
It's
COVID?
ridiculous.
What happened to New York during COVID?
Every other year,
Africa has
every
a young
other year,
population. We have a young population. You guys
every
have an old
other
dying
year,
population, bro.
And
You're
you
all
gotta
every
look
obese.
at
other
it wrong.
You're
year.
all obese, bro. You're all
This is
overweight.
unbelievable.
We walk miles to just fucking do simple shit. You
Every
fucking. When
other
was the last time you
year,
walked 4 miles?
Do you think,
y'all have an
wait. First of
Ebola
all,
outbreak.
let me stop you right there. Okay, I'm in Philippines. You don't think these people have it hard? You don't think these people know how to work and build fires and cook everything from off the land? You think these people have it easy like maybe Africans do not? These
Did
people
you just hear what I said? I said if anything was to happen, it would be Asia and Africa. I said that specifically.
There's a lot of cultures that know how to do it.
Yeah,
Hey, before
I said that
even
specifically. I said Asia and Africa. Did you not hear that?
It's the biggest thing about Americans that you don't know. We've been camping, hunting, and fishing since we were children, bro.
Europeans who are fucking educated have realized that they need to learn how to do that.
No. Brothers and my mom started cooking off of a fire, bro. She used cast iron fucking stoves with firewood, bro. We are not from that age where we are just spoiled from dealing with American advanced society things. We know how to cook off of campfires. We know how to go hunting and fishing. Black folks know how to do that stuff, bro. We know how to grow our own vegetables. We know how to can. We know how to do all the things that you think only white people know how to do.
See, but he don't know this though. He thinks he's falling for the typical, media onslaught that he's grown up with, and obviously,
if you had known me from my podcast, I used to keep a 308 behind me on my podcast.
What happened during Hurricane Katrina? Please, guys, my Black American brothers, tell me what happened. During Hurricane Katrina, they started fucking shooting innocent Black people that were looking for water.
Sounding real dumb, see, because you don't understand.
Come on, bro. I'm only going to be here for 10 more minutes because you guys are thinking that this is an argument. I'm trying to fucking educate you guys.
That situation was dealt with because of the dam and the people were.
But my question to you is this, okay? Let's look at self-defense, a nation's self-defense. What country in Africa can even defend itself against its own people? Because I'm sitting there, and I'll be honest with you, no disrespectful, no, ad hominem. Pretty much any country in Africa, almost on any given day, has to worry about a fucking coup, which means most countries in Africa can't defend itself against its own people. Coups happen in Africa almost every day. Some different country where somebody done just grabbed power and overthrew the fucking government. So if you can't defend yourself against your own people, God help you if an enemy from outside your borders decide they want to come in there and kick your ass.
Hey, I'm sorry, but
am I
I'm
making
sorry
that
to
up?
break the news to you, but
Go ahead.
it's been
Break
pretty
the news
stable
to
in
me.
Africa. Some countries like
Excuse me?
Senegal, they're very stable.
Some countries are, but that is not probably. I'm going to say probably.
Okay, that's just like me
half,
saying
but the other
Americas.
half
What
are
about
not.
Americas? Okay, if you take the whole of
We don't have
America
coups.
as a
We don't have
continent,
coups.
yeah, but let's
We don't
take the
have
whole of
coups.
America as a continent. Okay,
No, not a
South America,
continent.
Colombia,
Oh,
Venezuela,
okay.
all of those places. Well, they've had issues. They've literally had economic collapses. So you're taking whole of Africa. Let's do
Let
the
me
same
tell
for
you this.
America.
Okay. So if you want to take the continent of America, none of North America has ever had a coup. Mexico, U.S., Canada, never.
Mexico's
Never had a coup. Mexico's
but
never had
Mexico
a coup.
is literally ran by
What
the
coup?
cartel.
What coup? Excuse me. A coup. Do you know what a coup is?
I know what a coup is, my friend.
Okay.
But look,
Mexico's never had a coup. The United States has never had a coup. Canada's never had a coup. No one's ever overthrown the government in any of those countries. Okay. Even if you go to Central America, what country has had a? I know there've been some in South America, but there's been none in Central America. Central, the closest they've had a couple of civil wars, but it was never a coup that overthrew the government. Nicaragua, El Salvador, but the government won in all cases. What I'm saying is the government was able to defend itself and keep itself intact, even against its own people. Because if you can't defend yourself, if you can't keep yourself a country against your own people, you certainly can't when someone chooses to invade you. And that
Africa,
happens in
Africa is
Africa
pretty stable.
routinely.
It's pretty stable at the moment. We haven't had many major coups. The only countries
So,
that had
so, so
coups
go
are the
ahead.
countries that had trouble for a long time, like Sudan. Um, obviously the one with Burkina Faso, all those Sahel regions.
Somalia,
They've been having,
Somalia.
but they're war torn
Okay,
country.
but that's what I'm saying. That you're making my point.
No,
That's
I'm
my
not making a
point
point.
that I'm saying is, like you said, Sudan, Somalia, Burkina, and so on and so forth, that any fucking harebrained dictator with a fucking hat and 6 extra medals decide he want to overthrow the country and become president for life. Now, all of a sudden, you got a whole new fucking government. You wake up on Tuesday,
We're
you
not
got a
talking
whole new.
about those countries, though.
That's the instability.
Those countries have been fighting probably before you were born, so they don't count.
I'm
But
not disputing that.
America has its own instability.
Excuse me,
Like when
excuse
the
me.
right wing white Europeans ran through
The
the
government, the
Capitol Hill.
government, the government held, and the government will always hold.
But this is what I'm trying to figure out too, though. Like I don't understand the comparison to be with North, Central, South America to Africa. You do realize that North and South America are 2 different continents, right?
Yeah, but that's just like saying North and South Africa, 2 different continents.
No,
oh my! Listen, I told y'all.
I can't.
See, I
How is
told
it?
y'all.
No, because they speak Arabic
there's
up there, and it's near the Middle East, and they speak. Come on, bro. You've never been to Africa,
We're
have
not
you?
talking about
Didn't I
language. We're
tell
talking
y'all
about
that there was a
geography.
comprehension issue? Didn't I tell y'all there was a comprehension issue?
Brother,
Didn't
I'm
I
just
tell
way too
y'all
smart for you. I could sit here and literally answer all the questions you have for me all
Here's
day
the
long.
thing. Here's the thing, really. You are not answering the questions. You're deflecting.
I'm not.
You haven't answered one general question that was asked of you. You have deflected
right.
every question that's asked of you directly and pointed out some fault or some narrative that you heard about American culture.
No, see, I'm someone that's lived in America. I've lived in Europe. I've traveled to Asia. I've been to Africa. I've lived in Africa. So I'm someone that's probably the most, like when you want to talk about someone that knows what the fuck he's talking about, who knows more than what I'm talking about right now?
Skip over the fact that this man said that Africa, that's like saying Africa is 2 different continents. We really gonna skip over that? See, this is what I'm saying. Like we have a comprehension issue.
Okay. Well, can you compare Libya to South Africa?
North America is a different continent than South America.
This guy, hold on. We arguing with a guy that said Americans from the South moving up north to the West Coast is the same as Africans going to other African countries.
I'm telling you, we have a comprehension issue, man. You know what?
Wait, when did I say that?
You said Black Americans, we moved to the north, the northern part of the United States, the West Coast, and you basically called that fleeing. Like why did people leave the South? In comparison to Africans, to Nigerians going to South Africa and East Africa.
Look, I don't remember making that point, but basically, what I'm trying to say is, I think the point you're trying to say is like me when I was basically explaining that, like, us Africans, we might have tribalism in our culture, but at the end of the day, that's due to power struggles. But we actually love each other. Like, I'm Gambian, I love Nigerians, I play with them, I joke with them.
Yeah,
we have our own internal jokes.
Literally, you love each other to death.
Yeah, but you guys fucking hate us. And I'm trying to tell you is because you're lost. You don't know what the fuck is going on in this world. You think you simply because you got a house, a nice picket fence, and you got a couple million in the bank in America that everything is daisy, mate. I'm telling you, white Americans can fucking take that shit away from you instantly, just like
what are we lost from?
You know what happened during the Great Depression?
What are we lost from? Tell me what we're lost from.
I can break your history down to you.
No, what are we lost from? That's all I want to know is what are we lost from?
You are lost.
From?
You basically don't understand.
From
where you
where?
stand in America. Inside America, you don't understand where you stand.
What?
That's it. That's it.
What?
Simplified. You don't understand where you stand in America. You think that everything is daisy, everything is sweet, but I'm telling you, those people don't even want you there for the first place. So if anything, you shouldn't be saying anything about Africa because that's the type
What
of place
people?
you should be
So
buying
you
land.
as a
Wait a
Gambian
minute.
is
What people
telling
don't want
us
us?
that
I want him to clarify what people don't want us.
right.
I'm saying the white European population of America, they don't want you there. And the only reason they have you there is because obviously you have citizenship. The whole world is watching. There's international law protecting you. Blah blah blah. But as soon as anything
Hold
happens
on.
in America, any problems, any economical, financial problems, any let's say natural disasters, it comes to light that the black
So let me
people
so
are at the
so
bottom of the totem
so
pole.
let me ask you a
Below
question.
Hold on, real.
Asian,
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
below
Hold
hold
on,
on.
Rick.
Hispanic.
Hold on,
Go
Rick.
ahead, go ahead. Okay, okay.
I don't want to forget. I want to forget this thought. Then we just got somebody to come up. What happened to what? Where was the love and unity to the descendants of slave sellers? Because last time I remembered, you know, we were sold off by our quote unquote Nigerian, Nigerian, and your West African ancestors. We were sold by them. So where was the love at then? Oh, she left off. I don't know where she went. That's a question for
One
you.
one thing, one thing I have to say, I'm not religious, but that's something to do with religion. Because back in the day, they were having infighting, and in the religious books, especially, the Quran, it specifically says if you capture a slave, if you take a slave, you can do whatever you please with them. So that's how it happened back in the day. Because Islam predates the slave trade, so in certain areas when people went to a certain town, captured a group of people, or they knew that they were more powerful than another town, they would just sell off that whole town. And that 100% happened. Slavery didn't happen. And if anything, that should empower you. That should let you know we're fucking strong people. We didn't just get fucked over by a bunch of fucking shitty white people. They didn't just come over and just started nabbing black people. That's not actually what happened. Like if you go to Africa and you speak to the religious leaders, and also we have these people called griots. Okay, they're people that sing songs of history, and
Oral storytellers.
that's it. They will tell you what was. See, this guy, he might have some knowledge of Africa, but clearly he haven't been
A
there
little
enough.
bit. Go ahead.
But yeah, they will break down to you what's happened and how it actually went down. So there you go.
So let me ask you a question. You said, and I just want to stick with this lost thing. So you're not speaking for African Americans in Africa, but you said white people don't want to. So you're telling me that you have some sort of inside knowledge on the white American thought process to say that we're not.
And
You know what I'm saying? I mean, so
I wouldn't
I'm,
say
I'm
it is well known knowledge. Like every
we're
time there's a natural disaster throughout history, I can name the Great Depression. What happened? Okay, well, as soon as when the Great Depression happened, as it
uh-huh.
went on, the whites got out of it first. They saved their own white backs first, and then the white people actually bought into the black neighborhoods and moved the black people out into the ghettos, to the shacky towns. So a lot of the inner city neighborhoods were probably black neighborhoods back in the day, and they actually saved their white backs first. And then look at Hurricane Katrina. That wasn't that long ago. We quickly forget as humans. We think that time is
We don't
moving
forget
so quick.
anything. Go ahead.
But look, I'm telling you, if anything else happens, COVID,
So
we were
let
lucky.
me ask you this. If so, these are the examples of you that you gleaned as an
There's one
information
I can name
to
loads,
okay,
bro.
okay, okay. The Great Depression, Katrina. Well, the only thing I would say to you about each of those instances, while the way you describe them, I would not disagree with. White people were doing that to black people even before those instances. So even before the Great Depression, that is what white people were doing to black people. Even before Katrina, that was what white people was doing to black people. So that's not even something that took a natural disaster. We've been dealing with white people since, as No Excuses said, our Nigerian and Ghanaian ancestors first sold our ancestors here. We've been dealing with that. That's been our experience in America. So we've long ago acclimated to that since slavery and post Reconstruction and Jim Crow and everything else. So you're not telling us anything. And that's the relation, that is our relationship as FBAs with America. It's not a
Yeah,
perfect relationship. We
it
know how
is
the
not perfect.
relationship is. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to convince me that this troubled relationship that we have with America is going to be any fucking different because we go to Africa with black skin. Because not one time tonight have you said, if y'all FBA come to Africa, this is how the relationship will be better.
Hey, I've
You,
said
you,
it to
you
you.
no, no,
I,
no.
I, I
How is it going to be
I
better?
gave you a literal example. I gave you a YouTube channel. See, you can visually see
No,
it.
no, no.
You can go and watch it.
You tell me what. Forget America. America hates us. America is shit. Now you sell us on why Africa is going to treat us any different or any fucking better because you
Right.
don't treat. Let me finish. You don't treat each other any better. We're watching the beef that's going on right now between South Africa. Everybody hates Nigerians. Everybody, South Africans, Ghanaians, everybody. So I'm like, if y'all not treating each people who've never left continental Africa like anything, why am I going to be convinced that you're going to treat me like anything?
Okay, one thing I must say is, it sound, I've made this point before, but a lot of the points you're making, it sounds like things you've seen, social media news, propaganda. Okay,
You
like
sending me to a
we,
YouTube channel. You
yep,
telling me to
no,
go
no, no.
watch social media.
But I'm telling you, a good channel. This is a channel I know is legit. And
Go
look,
ahead.
so when you go to Africa, right, there isn't any problems with us fighting, us hating each other. No, it doesn't exist. Okay, it might exist in war-torn countries that have been fighting before my mum. Okay, so they've been fighting for over 70 years. Sudan, Somalia, and obviously America went to get a taste of that. But when you go to like a normal Africa, the vast majority of Africa, they're safe. You can go there. You don't have to get their passport. You can get some land for very cheap, $10,000, $20,000. You can get 2 acres, 3 acres, and you can just build a house for 30K, whatever, and
Forget the
then
land.
just
You're telling me that there's all kumbaya amongst all 54, well, the majority of the 54 countries in Africa. It's kumbaya on a cultural respect, love basis. That's what you're
yeah,
telling me.
yes, that's what it is, bro. Like fucking
I'm
hell,
saying,
how do you not
stop it,
get that?
man. Because like Nak Neezy said in the chat, what about the FBA brothers and sisters that go over to the continent of Africa? And I said it earlier in this live. They go
And
over there
get scammed.
and they get swindled out of their land. They get kicked
Yeah,
out of the
but
houses and off the land that they bought, and they get murdered. And we
and
looked at all
okay,
types. Hold on, we looked at all types of sisters getting murdered over there. I'm
it
not finna
happens
play
to
these.
it
You
happens
know
to
what?
everyone.
I'm not about
It's
to
not
play.
FBA.
No, I'm not about to play. It's not supposed to happen amongst your own people, like you say. You say that we're wrong for delineating. Don't come in here with that bull, man.
Look, you go to
You said
Africa, you're gonna have all the
you said
positive,
that
but it's
we
no
were wrong
kumbaya.
for
Just like
delineating,
America is no
and I got the
kumbaya. You
hot
wouldn't go to
pitchfork.
South
I
Central
got the hot
LA
pitchfork
and
on
not
your
have any
ass right
security.
now to put the flame to you. Like, we're not going for that. I mean, you've been sitting here talking and talking and talking, and not one thing have you said. You ain't offered no solution as to how we can get economically and globally economically involved. Y'all claim you got all these resources over there. You ain't said not one thing about linking up with FBA and bringing no imports from Africa here that we work as a team. I ain't trying to hear nothing you talking about, because you've been
Hold
talking
on.
and rambling this whole time and ain't said nothing. And that's what y'all
What
do, is waste time.
what
We're
happened
not
to
wasting time
ECOWAS?
with you anymore.
Wasn't ECOWAS a failure of unity? If I'm not mistaken.
ECOWAS did great jobs throughout Africa. They fucking, even my country had ECOWAS soldiers in there. And then we had ECOWAS soldiers overseas. ECOWAS is all the African countries, a lot of the Western African countries getting together and helping each other. So,
What happened? What
and then
happened to Akon City?
Akon is a fucking.
He's
I love
African.
Akon, but no,
He's
no, no.
African.
The thing about Akon, he got some investors in China, but that's a whole other thing. He's a
He's
guy, he's an
African.
artist, he's a rapper, and he
He's
tried to sell
African.
something. He tried to sell some land, basically, and
He's
some properties, and it
African.
didn't work
He's
out. But, you know,
African.
look,
He's
African Americans do that
African.
shit all the
No,
time.
no,
You want
no,
me to
no,
start
no.
picking off
He's
African Americans?
African. He's African.
Man,
He's
from
from
Senegal.
Senegal. Come on now. You were just
Yeah, but look,
preaching. You were just preaching this kumbaya.
he
Okay.
grew up in the African society. He was ruined. By the time he was like a teenager, he was robbing cars. He wouldn't have done that if he stayed in
He don't
Africa.
claim America. He got on live international television and said he don't claim America. Stop playing with us, man.
Come on, bro. One thing you said though, Americans getting killed in Africa. That's the thing. Some Americans and also some diasporans, Africans living in America going back, they go there and they think it's kumbaya. Well, it's not. You still got to be on your guard.
You just told me it was.
Look,
you just told me it was.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
You just told me it was.
Yeah, but look, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
And
Obviously,
we was wrong
you're
for
gonna have
delineating from these people who were set out to harm us. And now that we woke, like I told you, the sleeping giants is woke, and you've been dealing with the people that don't know how to deal with you. I know how to deal with you. So you're getting lucky that it's other people. You're getting lucky that it's other people on this panel that I have to respect and let them speak. Otherwise, I'd have severed you a long time ago.
Right.
Quick
You
what's
up? You want to read the super chat?
Thanks, Nakmeezy, for the I don't know if that $2 euro or whatever that is. I don't know. Appreciate the super chat, and then he's asked him about I don't even know how to say that. Yaya Jammeh, the leading Ghanaians. Do you know about that?
I know about that. And before we get into that, you got to let me finish my point about the whole American people getting killed in Africa. Okay, like if you go to Africa, like I said, your police officers are going to be black. You go to the supermarket, your maid, you can hire a maid to cook for you.
Bro,
You can
I told you about this already. Listen, it doesn't matter whether they're black or not. It's whether they're taking advantage of the fact that we're American people in those situations. And believe me, they all had their hands out. No excuse to sit there and tell you. A lot of those guys had their hands out looking for a payment.
And don't leave him. We see you.
But yeah, when it comes to
hold your thought real quick. Because we got one person. I just want to make sure they get a word in for y'all.
I just want him to answer the question about Yaya Jammeh.
He probably even know who you
know. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? I'm fully aware of that situation. Look, I'm well read, well educated, and you know, we can go in anywhere with this conversation. This is easy. I'm like in fucking cruise control. But like, yeah, Jammeh killing Ghanaians. I know about that and the backstory and everything. And you know, he's on the run right now because of that. Because we had a truth reconciliation council. And the whole truth came out about that situation. And Yahya Jammeh is currently in the run. He was a president that took over in a coup a very long time ago. But, you know, like I said, Africa is a very young political system. A lot of these countries have only had 2-3 presidents. America, on the other hand.
Hold on. Let me get Mercy. Let me get Mercy.
Yeah, I know, but Africa's an older nation. The nations are older than us. As America.
Y'all say y'all have a culture, so culture has to exist longer than 1960s. So
I'm tired of him using that excuse about presidents. That has nothing to do with it. Go ahead.
Let me get Mercy in. What's good?
Well, see, basically over there in Africa, a lot of the people are young. Basically, they're a youthful nation. They're not like the United States. That's the average age is like 35, 38. In Africa, it's much younger. So they're young nations, like the brother stated. So them being young, things is going to be volatile. That's why their currency is up and down. Everything is volatile. So it's not really wise. I mean, it's kind of is. You can invest, but you got to have some type of enforcement too. That's why the Chinese can do it, because they have an army. They have a government backing them. So you're gonna have to, if you do buy stuff, you're gonna have to be careful because stuff is volatile. And stuff is always getting changed over there. I mean, Nigeria changed their capital. How many countries changed their capital, bro? I mean, come on, man. I mean, you done changed the capital, bro. You know, you don't really change. Here a lot of nations changing their capital, bro. So there's coups and stuff going on. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just telling you what it is, man. But they shouldn't be saying nothing about us because they come over here and enjoy all the civil rights that we fought for. And they forget about that. The fact that y'all able to have freedom of speech. Y'all Nigerians, y'all breaking y'all neck to get over here. And then y'all got civil rights. And then y'all don't, instead of saying, thank black people for all the fighting y'all did to give us these rights. Nah, they come over here and look down on us. So all I'm trying to say is, I don't think they understand that aspect. They can't even fix the problems in their own country.
You're right.
They can't even fix the problems in their own country.
Over there, they will get their hands and feet chopped off for having the type of speech over here that they coming over here talking crazy with us now. Don't play with us. Don't play with us. Like y'all over there, y'all can't how you talking right now, and all how gung ho you is about against us. What we got go over there and fight for the freedom over there. You won't because you can't do it. You know what's gonna happen to you when you go there. Don't come here telling us.
I already said they don't have the chops for it. They don't. They don't have the work.
Why if y'all have a certain level of disdain for us, if y'all have opinions about us as a culture, why do y'all even why did you even present the notion of Pan-Africanism to us? We should get to learn West Africa more, because
it's like watching my brothers that are like not educated about what's going on in this world. See, I'm very dialed in, but you guys are gonna learn. You're gonna learn. Like, goddamn, there's gonna be a time where you're gonna look back at this chat that we've had today, and you're gonna be like, "Damn, maybe that young man was right. Maybe I should book a flight to Gambia for a month, or to Ghana, or to Nigeria."
We have been traveling to Africa.
Yeah, but you avoid West Africa. You go to South Africa, which is very Europeanized.
So what argument are you trying to make? You want to say Africa, West Africa? Like what?
Go to Africa that is not Europeanized, i.e. Kenya, i.e. South Africa. Kenya is even better, let's be honest. But South Africa, that's owned by the Europeans.
Right now, what do you mean?
I've been to Kenya. I've been to 5 countries in East Africa.
But hey,
is that not enough?
Yeah, at least you're better than some Americans. Let's put it that way. At least you're better. But
my thing is, y'all the largest
population. He hasn't changed his opinion though.
Say that again.
A lot of our black women go to West. A lot of our black women that do go to Africa, they do go to West African countries.
Yeah, because they know the deal. They know that we got that power. We got that power. We eat like clean foods, raw material. We don't eat any sugar.
Y'all the largest predominant population over there. How come y'all ain't running it totally? Why does Europe and Asia run your continent? And I'm reinforcing it. I'm reiterating and reinforcing it. Why, if y'all are such a large population and so smart and so better than FBA, why y'all ain't running y'all stuff like an imperial empire?
Because we are badly run. We're badly run, and there's corruption, and there's people. It's bad financial loans.
Okay, now I want you to keep that in mind. Now, with that, we're only 40-something million over here, way less than y'all, and we ain't in control of the land yet. We have more power.
You ain't got no power in America. Zero.
Way more than you. You over here living off of what we built.
The only power you have in America is voting power.
Y'all coming over here living off of what we built.
Don't even argue.
The only power you have in America is voting power.
We're coming over here living off of what we built. Y'all don't even have civil rights in your own continent.
There's black people everywhere. There's black people in Romania working as doctors. There's Nigerians in Romania, bro.
And live off of our stuff. What are you talking about?
There's black people everywhere. There's black people where black Americans don't exist, like Romania.
Nobody's talking about where black people are at. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so we're not coming there because you're there. We're not coming there because you're there.
Comprehension issue.
True colors.
No, you have a fucking simple mind. That's what you have, bro.
Hold on. No name calling. Hey, left shooter. Are you familiar with some of the protests that was going on
in where, sorry? Kenya? Nah, I'm not too sure why they were protesting. I know there was something going on, but yeah, I don't know.
With Rudolph. So I'll give Kenya its props. They rose up against. They seen their president selling out. They were going to sell an airport to an Indian company or Indian man, and they protest spoke volumes, and the president declined to sell their airport to that Indian investor. So I see the effect of when the people are fed up with their government, they're going to protest, they're going to make noise, they're going to do some things, and Kenya had got their president to fold on a lot of things. Why isn't a lot of countries in West Africa stepping up to corrupt governments? Because I'm seeing it done in Kenya, for example.
And I can tell you one big reason is due to poor education. But that has nothing to do with why you guys should be more in tune with the African culture. That has nothing to do with it. That's a whole nother conversation.
Poor education, but Nigerians, the giants, they're the most educated. I don't understand. You contradicting yourself. Poor education, like
okay. No, okay, so we have like countries like Nigeria where it's dangerous. It's like there's a danger problem where you got the Boko Haram, which are a religious, group. They're in control of certain areas, and you got all these little gangs in control of certain areas. Those gangs obviously don't have any education. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a fact. Nigeria is one of the most educated countries in Africa, and they've led a lot of things in Africa for a very long time. They were training other African continents on how to fight. They were training other African officers. And Kenya, obviously, but Kenya is more peaceful. Kenya has its own problems as well. There's infighting there as well.
See, this comment irritates me. He said Nigerians are the guardians of Africa, when Nigeria doesn't lead in any important statistical category in Africa. How can Nigerians be better leaders? Go ahead.
We got like these types of things. We have to start surgically taking these things apart. He said, "What if Nigerian doctors and nurses back off of American black patients? Like, do you know that's against the law, fam? Do you know that once that's found out that they will be going to jail?" If it's found out that type of thing is being done here. And see, this is what y'all don't understand. You're not in Africa. You're not in Africa. When that type of thing is discovered, if that's what they want to try to do, and matter of fact, we know that that's what some of them have been doing. There's plenty of complaints coming in about how people are being cared for by the Nigerian populace in the medical field. And they're getting dealt with severely. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, everybody's trying to handle these people with these kid gloves, and I'm done like playing with them, man. Like, I'm not trying to have this roundabout discussion with them about senseless stuff. Like, they have to literally start getting dealt with surgically.
Why would Africa? Y'all see what I put up on the screen, right? Why would any country in Africa want Nigeria to take the lead on anything? What makes Nigeria the best suited country? That's what I want. What makes Nigeria? And I want a real intellectual, like, profound statement. What makes Nigeria qualified based on?
And why are there doctors over here? Why are there doctors? They did a documentary. They was talking about how many Nigerian doctors want to come to America and Europe. They talk about Nigeria cannot keep their doctors. They had a whole documentary on it. Their doctors don't want to stay in Nigeria. I mean, the doctors, think about that. Your doctors don't want to stay in your country. Those are the brightest. They don't want to stay.
I need to know what makes Nigeria the best suited leaders to lead Africa as a continent. That's what I'm trying to understand. Mac Measy, what's good, man?
Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing makes them better.
Radio check. Oh, my mic working tonight.
Yeah, it's working.
All right, I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna go on my car because my family's sleeping. So give me a second.
He said, "I know I'm about to raise my voice. Let me step outside." Hey, there's a link in the private chat if you want to preview it that Drew sent. He sent another link. I put it in the private chat.
All right. I just somebody please 5-point star, please just give me 3 points on what makes Nigeria the best country in Africa to lead Africa. I really want to hear a response to this question. Let me
say this first. Just because you might have the prominence of being a doctor, just because you might have the prominence of being a famous athlete or whatever, that doesn't necessarily make you a great leader. Okay? Sometimes they're the most terrible representation of a culture, those type of people. So if you're going to say they are the leaders of something, then they have to demonstrate great leadership.
All right, I got it up. Let me play it real quick.
Did you know that this small nation in Western Africa is actually a sex haven for British and European grandmas?
Yes, you heard that right. This country is notorious for old women flocking over on their holidays looking for toy boys. So much so that the Gambian government actually issued a warning saying they don't want these sort of tourists in their country. So for context, the backstory behind this happening is that in the 90s, budget travel companies such as Thomas Cook offered cheap package holidays to the Gambia. And over the years, the country has developed a reputation where young locals known as beach boys would satisfy the sexual needs of these lonely OAPs, provided they pay, of course. Due to the wages being so little, a lot of these men have realized they can make a month's salary each time they make a grandma happy. Some people even tout this place as the Grambia. So if your grandma tells you she's off to the Gambia for her summer holidays, she's probably not there to see the beautiful nature and wildlife. So drop me a follow for some more bizarre and unique travel as I overland.
Damn, grandma! You doing the Gambians like that? That's your boy that just left. That's his whole continent. That's his whole country right there.
Right. No one's talking crazy.
Yes.
The crazy talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants to address the whole thing. Like I said, they have that large population. We only 40 million over here. And then when I mentioned the whole thing about power and this and that, you guys have no power. And if we have no power, why are you benefiting so luxuriously off of the things that we fought for over here? That sounds like power to me. We can't go over there and get that from them.
This is a fallacy. Why is Nigeria having the largest population? How does that stat drive an economy? Strong economy is not necessarily based on having a large population. That is a very, very dangerous assertion.
Well, what I'm saying is that
let me top on that real quick, because I just did a list by African nations GDP in 2025. South Africa 410 billion, Egypt 347 billion. Algeria, 268 billion. Nigeria, fourth, 188 billion. Morocco, Kenya, Ethiopia, and so on. So you're not the top. You're up there, but you're still not the top. And I would dare say some of those countries, if I had gone and just looked at the GDP of our statehoods here, I'm sure we're topping some of those just by statehood. Not even our overall nation. But go ahead.
Yo,
You
can
got
y'all hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, we can hear you.
Yo, did homie run?
Yeah, he had to fall out.
Oh man, maybe he's still listening, yo. When you debate these disrespectful Africans, they're gonna show you and tell you what they want you to hear, right?
Right.
His country, Gambia, is a literal poo hole. Like Adama Barrow deleted Ghanaians who were looking to go to Europe via the back road. You know what I'm saying? Big scandal. He's chilling in Africa, in Equatorial Guinea still. The current president of Gambia went to visit him. There's just so many places you could go with Gambia, but the whole West Africa and Africa itself is in problems. So when this dude talks about unity and trying to paint Africa as some kumbaya, and he did that, and y'all called him on it. But then when you get to the specifics, you'll understand that it's all crap, which is why a whole bunch of them still continue to take that perilous journey across to Europe. And when they get to France, then they take another one to try to get to England. You know, for them to try to sell us a dream of African unity is straight bullshit. I'm gonna end with this. Gambia, I don't know. I think y'all were just playing something about it. Men are going to Gambia to clap Gambian men's cheeks. Old ladies are going to Gambia to get their cheeks clapped. The Gambian economy is lopsided. There's a huge wealth gap, and a lot of the people that have money there are Arabs. When it comes to diasporans, they're getting their homes broken into, they're getting deleted, they're getting scammed. Crazy. There was one dude, right? He had saved up money, I think, from the UK or America. Went there, bought a truck, hired a Gambian to run, drive his truck. The dude told him to drive some sort of detour through the bush, got out and stabbed him to death while he was on the phone with his daughter, either in America and the UK. So when he's trying to send us over there, he's trying to set people up. The black acres of the Gambia, who he's talking about on YouTube, they doing shit like they bought some house, they're trying to build some farm, bought the wrong kind of land, constantly getting scammed.
Yep.
There's a huge culture clash between them and the locals, but they don't want to say it because they're those type, they hate America, so they went to Africa. But on the real, and what they won't admit is their own failure, because they ain't really thriving out there. They put on a brave face, but all those YouTubers, half of them left and came back or went to another place. Gambia's a shithole.
Now, let me follow this up, because I followed it up with United Stateshood and their GDP. Remember, I said South Africa was number one at 410 billion, right? And Nigerian came in at 108 billion. California, 4.1 trillion. Texas, 2.71 trillion. New York, 2.3 trillion. Florida, 1.71 trillion. Illinois, 1.14. Do you get the gist? I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about over there. Y'all coming over here for a reason. Right. We're not broke.
Right. And it's funny, man. Like Nakmeezy, like when you said in the chat, ask him about, the deletions, all this and that. And I think Ronan or No Excuse asked him, and he kind of chuckled and laughed about it. And I'm like, yeah, he trying to that's the setup laugh. That's the whole, oh, they caught me. That's how I took it when he had that little chuckle, because I was hitting him with it even before then, like, quit fronting like you kumbaya, but then in the same breath, you got this passive aggression and this hostility towards us. And I can sense it. And like I said, they got the right people now. They didn't woke up the sleeping giants, because I'm not going for it. I'm not going for it at all.
Facts, bro. And I heard you like kind of. I'm sorry. Go on, Ronan.
No, that was
no excuse. You could go, Nak. I wanted to ask you a question too after you finish. What Kool-Aid has Dynast drunk?
Dynast is that's a whole nother story. I didn't cook like millions of people on his panels. They tried to jump me with two Pan-Africans. I didn't cook them. Crashed out on his panel and said, yeah, try to upload that, you BAN. But anyway, so all you gotta do is Google Dynast Amir modeling pics from Atlanta, and it'll tell you everything you need to know. But I'm dead ass. He had on some black assless chaps with a goddamn black turban on. I'm straight dead ass because we was going to war. You know what I'm saying? But I don't hate him, but I just don't like that he doesn't find anything of value in Black American culture. And a lot of these Pan Africans, they uplift Africans, you know, at the expense of Black Americans. But Heartthrob, you were like holding back. I'm listening to it. I'm like, nah, get him, because you know the trick bag that they trying to do. I think the laugh was not only like a sinister laugh, but also one where he knew he was about to get his spot blown up. You know what I'm saying? They like to play on the ignorance of Black Americans who don't know. So that's why I say, like, from the north, the south, the east to the west on Africa, I ain't gonna pat myself on the back because Uncle Rico cooks. I know you could cook too, but there's a lot of us out here that understand where they're coming from. You know what I'm saying? And when we speak in generalizations, they get off. Like he kept like moving the goalpost and not asking questions. He should have spoke. And the thing about us is like we ain't making no excuses for what happens on O Block. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna make excuse for what happens in High Bridge or East New York, Brooklyn, or Philly or whatever. Nah, we're gonna own that because that's also part of us. They try to deny it and try to clean it up. He mentioned ECOWAS. ECOWAS is a total economic failure. It's Economic Community of West African States. Bro, the only thing that works with them is their passport. But ask them about Nigeria and Ghanaian trade, both in ECOWAS. Ask them about the ECOWAS, the atrocities committed by ECOMOG, which is the military wing of ECOWAS, what the Nigerian soldiers were doing to other West Africans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like these Nigerian soldiers, what they was doing is called I forgot the name of it, but they hang you up by the back by your arms twisted backwards. You know, to try to torture you to get information. That's the shit that they be doing in Nigeria, but putting people like that over fire. So they'll like in a handcuff position, hang you over a fire if you're Christian. Hang you over fire if you if you they're trying to interrogate you. All you got to do is go to the African news channels, and that's why I catch these dudes, because I'm subscribed to all the Nigerian news channels, the Nigerian bloggers in Nigeria that tell the truth about Nigeria. I got Nigerian homies that say, yo, they told me don't go to Nigeria on my first trip to Africa. So he gonna try to hit you with, you ain't never been. Well, I've been. I've done business, and I know that, yo, son, I try to tell people, you know, I do the boxing shit or whatever. I sent stuff to Africa. I didn't do it in a barrel and all that. I did it legit with DHL, right? Cost me a lot of money, but I said at least my stuff will get there. I ended up getting a shipment for almost free because there was so much red tape. The DHL was like, we don't know what the hell they doing down there, but they were trying to scam me left and right. This person wanted to get extra money. That person wanted to get extra money. I had to call people from the Ghanaian Boxing Association to try to help my shit. That person wanted to get money. So it just come from a scamming ass culture. They hate each other. There's a whole bunch of tribalism. They don't own shit. They will, and depending on the country, right? Like Gambia, they still have slavery today. Still modern slavery in Gambia. But if you don't search for it in French, you won't find it.
Right.
You see, so there's a whole bunch of scams that they like to play. And I'm glad that we as Black Americans are waking up. We're not doing a kumbaya. Y'all stated how y'all feel about us. Cool. We hear you. So now the most powerful Black people to ever walk the planet out of one of the worst situations, you know, rise to the top. And they hate us because they ain't us. They just a bunch of jealous ass haters, bro, for real.
And I'm gonna tell you too, man, like to your points, I think what else is getting them besides them being jealous of us, I think it's really flooring them that I'm a toot our horn. I'm about to hold, Paul, no homo, but I'm about to hold our nuts on this one. You know, like I think they shook at how masterfully intelligent we are. I don't think they expected that. I really don't think so, because like I'm listening to these people, and the level of rudimentary thinking that they have is blowing my mind. And so I'm not you're right. I was holding back on them, for the sake of the panel. Like this, I have to be respectful to my man's show. Like, but God, like I really wanted to do him in. But it got to a point where I just couldn't take it no more, because I knew what he was doing, just like so many others of them do it. And I said, just let me keep hitting him with this scalpel on this one point. And he never, like Ronan said, he never answered not one question. And both of y'all said he kept moving the goalpost. They don't know what to do with this delineation, man. It's got them so jacked up, they don't know what to do.
Yo, we were on a panel, and Ronan can attest to this. When I purposely conflated Edo people with Yoruba, which they have an intertwined culture, the Edo man was like, no, I'm from Edo, I'm not Yoruba. He delineated within 3 minutes of the conversation.
The homies hub.
Yeah, homies hub. They delineate when we try to delineate, because the numbers are muddied, bro. They're muddied. When you search African Americans or Black Americans, they throwing everybody else in with us, but they separate Japanese from Chinese and Native Pacific Islander.
Yep.
We need that delineation as well, because we're not going to keep accepting all the nonsense. They want to blame, the gangs in New York, the gangs in LA. Half them gangsters in LA are from Belize, bro.
Right.
More than half of the gangs in New York City, especially in Flatbush,
it's from Caribbean,
Puerto Ricans, Haitians, Trinis, Jamaicans. Thank you. So we have to delineate. They don't want to have this conversation. I've been literally the general of the diaspora war, and I retired because it was just too easy to cook these dudes. So you got 5-point star here, right? And I'm gonna explain the difference between us and them. You took it easy on them. The brother Ronan still said, look, brother, we just talking facts. He said, brother. But this disrespectful 5-point is talking about we don't even have a language. That's a direct shot at our culture, right?
Right.
But all the African countries, their official language, the official language that they do business with and that they speak is English or French or Spanish or some other weird ass language. Like in Nigeria, they have their own form of AAVE, which is pidgin, Nigerian pidgin. So pidgin English. So where they sound, they speak that Nigerian type of talk, but they literally do publications. The BBC does articles in pidgin English. So when you talk that culture and all of that, their culture hasn't drove their country forward in terms of progress, and they love to throw that culture is based in antiquity, while Black American culture is based on being new and progressive and going forward, which is why what's popping today ain't popping tomorrow, because we're constantly changing. They think because they put a cow neck, some bat wings.
He said a cow neck.
You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit in a pot, stir it up, that they're gonna get $1 million, so they can escape and flee. Which is why their leaders never get treated in their own country. It's a whole big thing about medical tourism. They got all these fleeing doctors and lawyers. Half of them are scams. You know what I'm saying? And they talk about, what if we stop treating FBA? Okay, fine. That's fine. You'll go to jail though.
Right.
You go to jail. And at this point, like for real, me being in Europe and having lived all over the world, it ain't just Africans, bro.
That's right.
It's Black South Americans. I met this one lady, I was training for something, right? A fight here in Holland recently. And I went to a gym, the Thai boxing gym. There was only one Black woman in there. So they paired us up on the bag. Cool. I'm with it. We start speaking. She's like, oh, where you from? I'm like, I'm a Black American. She's like, oh, you people are colonizing Ghana. I said, wow, what a way to start a conversation. Don't know me from Adam and try to call my people colonizers. So I had to hit her and break her down with the facts that we were invited there, even though Black Americans don't come from goddamn Ghana because they just need the money. But from there, it was an underlying hate, underlying, sarcasm, snarkiness that was throwing shots at Black Americans. And I'm like, this little bedwench was kowtowing and competing with all the white people in the goddamn class, but throwing shots at Black Americans off the first conversation. We supposed to be training. You see, so they always got some underlying hate because they're jealous, and that's the whole fact. I want one of these Africans to come up here, pull up, and have the conversation. First thing I'm gonna ask is, where you from? Once they tell me where they're from or even the region, I don't even like to do region. I really like to do ethnic group.
Yeah.
So then I can tell you if you are a Fanti that your Asafo flag has the goddamn English flag weaved into it as well because y'all was the bitches of the English.
So, and I'm gonna tell you too, man.
Fanti, you were in the pockets of the Dutch. You see what I'm saying? When they talk all of this shit, yo, these people been laying in bed with European colonizers, which is why they so goddamn docile when it comes to them, which is why they pick up their talking points, which is why they have this anti-Black hatred for Black Americans. They're nothing. Look, I made this quote, right? I said, Africans are the white people of Black people. Prove me wrong.
Real talk. Because to your point about the lady in South America that you said, just started the conversation jacked up, I'm almost willing to bet that she wasn't what we term an autochthonous American Black, meaning North, Central, and South America. I'm betting she was from the continent of Africa. And see what people don't understand. And I know some people don't necessarily, but subscribe to this ideology, but they're going to have to start subscribing and ascribing to this ideology, because when you really think about it, and there's the archaeological and anthropological proof to show it, people got to quit thinking that this whole hemisphere wasn't populated by indigenous Blacks over here, man. That's why we have that range of brown tones. You see what I'm saying? Like when they came over, when they came to the Americas, we were not called African. They only called us Negro or copper colored peoples. They didn't call us African at all. Not even in the slave records, because they know we not from there. It was Negro. And Negro is a Spanish term because they're the ones who came and colonized all of the Americas. See, like I said, they didn't woke up the sleeping giant and then bit off more than they can chew.
But low key, he kind of highlighted something, and I just really caught it. He was talking about people should visit Africa, and then once I kind of put out there, we do visit different parts of Africa, but not West Africa heavy. He's really part of what a lot of Africans in the U.S. are butthurt about. They butthurt about us not embracing West African culture. You've seen it. We've seen it during Essence. We see it how they want to, when they talk about Pan-Africanism, it's always trying to push us to get to know West Africa, because I believe a lot of them feel like they're not, West Africans are not on a world stage is because FBA culture hasn't co-signed anything. We haven't co-signed a signature dish that we like we do with Jamaicans. We co-sign Jamaican food. We co-sign some Jamaican music. We haven't co-signed anything West African culture from my knowledge, So I think there's a inner, I think they feel strongly about that we haven't co-signed really anything in their culture. they braid. Okay, they braid here. That's the only thing I can say people, like, from West Africans. But y'all let me know. Do you guys feel like they feel a certain type of way that we haven't co-signed or
Yeah,
celebrated anything
yeah.
from?
I feel like that, but here's the thing: we tried to co-sign with them. They told us no. And then two, on that hair braiding stuff. Let me put it like this, man. I remember the women in my family, my aunties and cousins, and all of that braiding hair when I was little, and it was never like the African stuff how they did it, and they didn't snatch no edges out. You understand what I'm talking about? And it was just as good. I ain't even trying to be funny, but you can't braid American blacks' hair the way you braid the people's hair in Africa. It's different. It's a different type of hair. You can't braid like that with those little picks and those little needle things that they do. You're gonna rip it out at the follicle. They didn't braid like that in our culture. And everybody in here that's seen it done, y'all know they didn't do that. They did it with their fingers.
Yeah.
You can't knit some braids in somebody's head. They're using knitting tools on people's scalp. That's why they got the edges snatched out, looking like Sherman Helmsley from the Jeffersons and shit. Like, ain't nobody like this shit is crazy.
Big facts. You could watch. I got recommended a video about 24-hour African hair braiding salons. The Black American woman was cooking them, talking about the parts weren't straight, that they pull their hair out, that after a couple of days it starts frizzing up. So they use the African thing like, yo, we are the progenitors of the braids and all of this, so we're gonna do it right. No, I used to have braids way back in the day, right? And I sat down in the African chair like 124th and Madison or something. It was somewhere in Harlem, right? Yo, after 3 braids, I said, nah, I can't do this. I couldn't deal with it. I'd rather have a shorty braid my hair than an African because they're gonna pull your shit out. Just like a lot of Dominicans be going to town chopping black women's hair off. You can't trust these fucking people. And you know what I'm saying?
They be jealous, man.
They be jealous. I
jealous.
want to say one thing that we like in Eastern Europe, like Lithuanians, right? Some of the most racist freaking people I've run. Lithuanians, Romanians, Bulgarians, right? I work with some of them on projects out here. But Black Americans, we don't have live streams about them. The point that I'm making is that while they can't stand Black people, they don't go around just, making live streams and TikToks about they don't like Black people. They just don't rock with us and they leave it like that. I think the thing is that these Africans, a lot of them are antagonizing us from America, antagonizing us from the internet, using the same talking points about culture and this and that. So that's why it hits different. I don't come from the school where I think that Black Americans are descendants of Native Americans. We were owned by Native Americans, full stop. Anybody could debate me on it. We were the property of Native Americans. And yes, there is some genetic drift there. There is some admixture there, but I have European admixture, but I'm not a European either. Okay, so it hits a little different because a lot of us phenotypically can't even be, discerned from an African. Like I know, no excuse. If I put him, he passes the Lost in Africa test. You know what I'm saying? Ronan doesn't. I don't.
Still the fuck don't.
You know what I'm saying? But you still my brother. You
exactly.
You passed the FBA test.
I'm the lightest skinned Black person you'll ever see, but I'm darker than most of the motherfuckers you'll ever meet. Believe that.
And that's what I'm saying, man. Like this is what makes, FBA, people might not like it, but this is what makes us so special. Like I'm gonna tell you, when I say that I believe that we were the original peoples over here, I'm not talking about the phenotype. Like whatever the Most High did with there's definitely a bigger plan going on here. Like, yeah, we have some that were brought over on some ships from Africa, but they are no longer African. They had an ethno Genesis, and they are now no longer African. They have become a new people, and they're part of that people in which we are. So yeah, we have some of them from over there, but the majority of us, those people that they was talking about was enslaved, they was already here. And they was already here before the Europeans came, and they were here before the Siberians came over the Bering Strait. And everybody knows that it can't be disputed anymore.
You know, one of my things is this: in the diaspora war, regardless to difference in opinion, I don't set trip.
No, me
You know,
neither.
I don't set trip. So I that's your opinion. You're my brother. I love you. You're FBA. We Black Americans. We just gonna have to agree to disagree on that. But let's get
That's
back on
fine.
these Africans.
Right. It's gonna come out in the wash one way or the other.
Word.
You see what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
but
are you from New York? Heartthrob forever.
No, I'm from Northeast Ohio. Everybody asks me if I'm from New York, man. But I used to run with Cameron, so he was in Columbus and stuff. But I had a lot of connect with people from New York, though.
Hey, 5 Point. If you got a guy that wants to cook us, he can come in this room, bro. We'll let him simulcast. I'll set a whole thing up. He can come and cook us all day long. You say he's Jamaican, and he cooking FBA.
5 Point is an old troll of mine.
Is he?
Yeah, he's an old troll of mine. All these dudes, when they see me on a thing, they know they can't F with the knowledge that I got about where they from and who they really are. So he's an old troll of mine. All these dudes, they just internet trolls. Like for me, when you're on my live stream and you mention another YouTuber and you try to drive what you call traffic, you're blocked.
Yeah.
You know what this sometimes be is like the equivalent of Black Americans getting harassed by the police and calling them sir. Yo, these people are enemies. He's in here try to disrespect us. There's no brother, there's no sir. You are op. The only thing Africans respect is heavy-handed violence, which is why it's used on them. They don't respect nothing but heavy-handed violence.
Your point about the analogy you just made with it's like what's going on now, like FBA are being harassed by the police by these ethnic groups. That's deep, bro, because that's what it is. That's what
absolutely.
it is, man.
And we really don't do, and we really don't do internet beef like that. Like I don't like beefing, or I like in person, in your face beef, because this internet is so fake, you know.
And that's how most
like I said
FBAs
earlier,
roll.
man,
We get at you personally.
I've seen at least some white dudes, they confront, they hate with violence, or they demonstrate, they test us in public. These Africans, they don't test us in public. Like I said earlier, I never, growing up in high school neighborhoods, I never seen them start fights. I never see them antagonize us in person overseas. It's always on the internet,
Right.
Yo, no excuse. You ever been to Cambodia?
No.
All right, I went to Cambodia on a visa run from Thailand, right? And I ran into an FBA brother out there, cool ass dude in the military. So we was like, yo, let's hit up a club. So we found some club. I forget the name of it, but it was apparently one of the only, or maybe the best hip hop club in Phnom Penh. So we walk in there, and there's a bunch of Africans in there. And at the time, I'm like, oh shit, black people, that's what's up. Black people in a hip hop club, that's what's up. I knew they were African. But I went and said, yo, what's up? What's up, brothers? How y'all doing? Yo, it was like white ladies clutching their purses in an elevator, bro. I'm not even lying. And I'm like, yo, you could just feel the shade. And I chalked it up to you know, they cosplaying Black Americans until a real Black American shows up. Then it's like, oh shit, right?
Hated to see you coming, bro.
Yeah.
Right. And I met a Nigerian woman out there. I was sitting on the they got a waterfront or whatever, and I saw a Black woman. Oh shit, what's up, sis? Da 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 da. So we start talking just on some just regular shit. She was Nigerian but lived in America, right? So we talking, and then a whole bunch, like maybe 3 or 4 Nigerian dudes walk past us just staring at me like crazy. I'm like,
Yeah.
I asked her, I said, yo, there's a lot of Nigerians out here. She was like, yeah, and they got a lot of Igbos in Phnom Penh. They got a lot of Nigerians in Bangkok too. So I remember going back off of that visa run and asking a Black American brother who's been living in Pattaya for the longest. I said, yo, what's up with the Africans, bro? I said, why they be acting funny style? He was like, yo, he's like, number one, they don't rock with us. Number two, they try to act like they're us. And when we come around, the jig is up, essentially. So I've been dealing with it the longest. My first incident was on 116th Street in Harlem. I used to, because my wife is from Europe, I was exposed to, she's a Black European from the Caribbean, by the way. I was exposed to soccer jerseys. So soccer jerseys in Europe ain't nothing, but when you know how to put that fit on, well, I used to do Bapes and colorful soccer jerseys, just killing them, right? So I wanted to get the Senegal jersey. It was white, red, gold, and green. That shit was fire. So I went to go buy one on 116th Street from the African. Yo, these dudes was type interrogating me as to why I wanted it, and I then speaking whatever fucking language they speak, and I just felt like, yo, these dudes can't stand my ass. So I didn't buy it. I never even got one. It was from Diouf, Diouf. That was the name of the player. Like that's why it stuck in my head. So at that point, I'm like, yo, these people don't really rock with us. But it was just a little more confirmation, then more confirmation, then more confirmation until I came to the place where I am now, which is this. Anybody, if you show me that you don't like me, then it's mother F you 10 times over and everything you stand for. So if you are African and you say, yo, what's up, bro? And da 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 da, at this point, to be honest with you, I'll accept it, but I'm looking at them with a side eye because it's only a matter of time before the real hate starts coming out, bro.
You know it's coming.
Shit until there's a disagreement on something, and then it goes south. That's why, you know what? Like Muhammad Ali said, if you got a whole bunch of snakes coming down a hallway, do you pick out the good one from the bad one? The Africans and the Caribbeans have turned themselves into those snakes that Muhammad Ali was talking about, and I don't have the time or the desire to pick out which one is going to bite me from which one ain't.
And that's what I said earlier in the stream. Like at this point, I have to look at it like the majority of them have hostility towards us. I said the same thing.
Yeah. That's the same thing about the white man. We don't have time to figure out who the good one.
Nope. And it's really crazy.
We try to have open dialogue. We'll invite anybody up on the panel and have a general conversation. But they cannot stay on talking points. They will go around answering a direct question. They'll deflect all they can because they already know where their mindset is. They already know when they come over here, they separate themselves. They already know they came over here to take advantage of our system so they can get ahead. There's nothing we have said on these panels repeatedly that's not true. But yet and still, we're the ones with the problems. They'll come over here and make the money. They'll take advantage of the systems, but they will not go back to their nations and fix their cultural issues, their governmental issues, their infrastructure issues, and everything else that goes on with those countries. And like I said, it's a sense of entitlement when they come over here. They get into our culture. They get into our freedoms of being able to comment on things. If we were in their nation, we wouldn't be entitled to comment on anything when it comes to their government or how things are run. That's a faux pas, and we respect that. But even with the freedoms they have here, there's certain things you just need to shut the fuck up. Exactly. Don't say shit.
Exactly.
Yep. And on the gangs, they talk about gangs. It's like Nakmeezy said, the what is it? The eco like who what country has the biggest gangs? Period. Like we know, like South America and some Asian countries got some large gangs, but come on, man, Africa, every one of their country is ganged up. Like I'm confused as to how they try to say that America has these gangs. Like you can't make this shit up, man.
Yo, you don't even have to go to Africa. You can go to goddamn London. Ain't no FBA in London. It's all Caribbeans. This is how it started in London. Okay. It was, and I don't want to lump all Caribbeans together, but it was Caribbeans, majority Jamaicans, that had smoke for Africans. Right? So it was a diaspora war in the streets between Jamaicans, Caribbeans, and Africans, which caused the Africans to start forming their own shit. And it was back and forth, and then it went down to area code. You know what I'm saying? They've been knifing each other. Somalis are probably the most dangerous out there. Somalis are the most dangerous in Sweden and Finland. There's I think Sweden has the second highest or the highest amount of gun crime in Europe, and it's all Somali. So they bring their war-torn gangster culture to wherever they go. And then they turn around and talk about we this and we that. No, that's not the case. Jamaicans, shower posse. I'm going to use shower posse as a general term. The Jamaican posses, okay, but specifically the shower posse, they were backed by PNP and JLP, or one of the two, PNP or JLP. So they have political backing in their attempted takeover of the crack trade in the 80s, and they introduced hyper violence into the drug trade, just like the Cubans or the Colombians introduced that shit in Miami. So when you look at who's really the savages, who's the YNs, it's them. They come from a culture where they look at America like, oh, this shit is sweet over here,
right?
Shout out to Philly because JBM put them Jamaicans in a place. But if you know the 90s, late 80s, mid 80s, then there were drug wars. This shit was Caribbeans versus Black Americans. I'm from Brooklyn, so I done seen whole blocks of Jamaicans, and we knew Jamaicans wasn't on no boxing time. They would stab you or shoot you. You know what I'm saying? So they was always on different shit.
That's where the whole razor blade thing, the $150 came from. They was good for that.
Yeah.
The shots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm like at this point, bro. It's like
got down, man.
Who got down?
The Caribbeans. Oh, with the savagery.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I used to live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and not even, it was technically Pittsburgh, but this shit was on the outskirts, bro. Like we would have creeks. There were like creeks down there and like fucking rolling hills, and then they just threw in a goddamn project somewhere in the middle between my I lived in like a Cosby Show neighborhood, right? But over the hill and down in the valley was the projects. It was two. It was called Westgate and Broadhead. Just some projects. Fucking Jamaicans went over there to try to take over Westgate and Broadhead. Shooting the drug dealers down there. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, we would never go to Jamaica and try to take over anything. The Black Americans that are deluded and go to West Africa to try to blend in or go home and all this other bullshit. You know what they're doing? They're over there bringing pencils and paper and calculators and digging boreholes and all this other bullshit. And all these people gonna do is eat your goddamn food and bounce. Yo, I don't know if you ever heard of JT. What is it? He's a rapper from the West Coast that went back to Africa. He went to,
I think it was JT Money.
JT Money. He went to Burkina Faso. Yo, homie had to pull out a machete on this Burkinabe,
Yeah.
for trying to scam him. Then he went to Kenya. He said, forget West Africa. He went to Kenya. He kind of got it popping out there. But he went, I think he's back in America. As a matter of fact, I know he's back in America now. What he realized is that he had to have African people go get his stuff for him because he kept getting charged the white man price.
Yep.
So they were just taking advantage of him. He calling everybody brother, wearing these big ass beads, but they just look at him for what he is, which was a walking wallet, a descendant of American slaves or slaves in America. And they treated him as such. He even said it. So it cost him a whole bunch of money, but he ended up learning the lesson that I learned for free. Is that they don't rock with us.
No, they don't like us like that.
And
man.
the African and Caribbean thing, right? That shit is a marriage of misery, bro. Because they all come from shithole countries. They want to gang up against the premium blacks of the world and start throwing shots. But I know that Caribbeans only really fuck with each other when it's against us. Because I was at the Labor Day parades when they was stabbing each other, shooting each other in the 90s. Okay? When certain floats got no love because of where they were from. There wasn't this Caribbean unity. Okay? Africans were nowhere around in these Caribbean parades because Africans stick with themselves. They don't mix in with Caribbeans nowhere.
And you know how from being in New York, you know how them Jamaicans and Haitians was in the 90s up there with the drug wars, man.
Ooh, he brought up the original haters of the Haitians were the Jamaicans.
Yeah.
The original. So these Jamaicans, these Haitians, and I don't never really have smoke for Haitians like that, right? Because we saw them for what they were, you know what I'm saying? Hardworking, you know what I'm saying? Like almost like the bottom of the barrel economically, or at least they appeared that way back in the days.
Yeah.
So we didn't really give a fuck about, you know what I'm saying, whatever. And I remember when Haitians weren't proud to be Haitian until the Fugees came out.
Right.
Before that, they were French Canadian. They were from St. Martin, Martinique, everything except Haitian. So they weren't even a blip on our radar. But shout out to them now. But the original haters were fucking Jamaicans because they think that they're the top dog in the Caribbean and they try to shit on everybody else. But then they got their wake-up calls when they found out that people from Trinidad was about that life too. People from other places was about that life too. But they don't fuck with each other like that.
But see, they had to. They didn't start getting like that until they learned the FBA swag, because it was corny, like with their style and stuff too. You know what I mean? Like they had to learn the culture too, man. And that's what it is. Everybody come over and learn.
They style still a little off.
That's what I'm saying. You know, and
there's always something that's off. But you're right, brother. They grew up amongst us wearing the wrong kind of, like, I remember my mom used to tell me that like Puerto Ricans used to wear pointy white shoes and shit. You know what I'm saying?
They did.
Pointy white shoes. Jamaicans used to wear shit like see-through. What was they like? Lace tank tops or some shit. They
had like fishnet tank tops.
Yeah, fishnet.
Them sheer tank tops.
Fishnet tank tops.
Yo, bro, fishnet tank tops, red corduroys with a fucking yellow furry Kango. That's what Jamaicans used to dress like back in the day.
Yeah.
So now their children, I guess, rejected that shit. And it's like, nah, we want to dress like this. And now there's, you know, sometimes you can't even tell the difference, which is why I tell people, like, there's really not many FBA left in New York City. And that's right. And I know the genesis, the genesis or the voyage back down south with us was in the mid 90s when everybody started going back to Georgia and North Carolina and South Carolina. There was a lot of Black Americans who worked for 9X back then. It was called 9X, the transit. They worked for Amtrak and all these good jobs, and they started fleeing the city. So there was Black flight in America, FBA flight in New York City, where they would go to Westchester County, New Jersey, and Long Island. And at that point, all the tethers started pouring right into New York City, taking a place. So if you're not of a certain age, like me or older,
Me too. Me too.
you know what I'm saying? You either gonna be half FBA, you ain't gonna be, yeah. And the halfies, a lot of times they have different allegiances. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
it was going down south, and it was going to Westchester County, Jersey. So right now in New York City, that's a lost cause for FBA. So that it has morphed from originally FBA hip hop culture to just an NYC culture.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And it's totally different because they add in Spanish, like the shit that they doing. Men are calling each other my heart in New York now. Yo, what's up, my heart?
Come on,
I'm like,
come
what
on,
the fuck?
man.
That ain't the Brooklyn I grew up in.
Come on,
My
man.
heart. Dominicans running wild, you know, well, Puerto Ricans never really fuck with black people. I'm keeping 100. There wasn't no black and brown. The only black and brown coalition with us and them was that we were smashing they bitches. Okay.
That's true.
Excuse my language. That was the only real black and brown. They didn't hustle together unless there was a self-hating black man that wanted to run with a Puerto Rican crew. But we was never tight like that.
They throw shade. They look at you funny. I used to live in New York for a little bit. They look funny when you walk into a barbershop and you black. Like what the like, you know?
Yep.
Like,
Hate cutting our
even the way
hair.
they cut, even the way they cut hair now, they got from they didn't used to cut like that. They didn't used to do fades and stuff like that.
They was nice with that razor though. I'm gonna keep it 100 in New York.
Oh yeah, the razor game.
Puerto
Yeah.
Ricans and the Dominicans, they line your shit up crazy with that razor blade.
Yeah. Unreal,
Yes.
man.
But they don't talk. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like we have to dig into those old newspaper articles, you know, when the immigration started and stuff, and you'll find that in a lot of these cities, I mentioned it in your the last live I did with you, how like the immigrants coming in to those steel mill jobs and stuff, that caused like literal conflict with FBAs and immigrants coming in. So that's why a lot of FBAs left, like, you know, certain cities and you know, Northeast and all of that. You know, they were primarily getting pushed out because a new working class was coming in and displacing them.
Yeah, but to like the migration from New York to the South to a lot of places, like a lot of people got tired of that backbreaking work. You know what I mean? A lot of people want to move to a more relaxed culture, more laid back culture, because you know the South for the most part, you know, is pretty much laid back. You know, people move slower, and you know.
Well, nowadays, yeah.
You know, when our fathers and mothers and shit move back down south, it's cool. We reintegrate perfectly. When them Jamaicans go back to Jamaica after they retire in America, they targets, bro. They straight targets. They call them retirees. They targets. They get robbed, deleted, sometimes kidnapped from the airport. Like I remember a story about Guyana. They had to essentially sneak back into Guyana and kind of slowly blend in. You know, some people didn't really realize where they was coming from because they know that they're coming with bread. That's the kind of culture
Exactly.
we have.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? I was doing some research while you guys been talking, and the disparity and differences in statistics is where we can figure out why Africans might be a little envious of Black Americans' position, globally perceived. You know, we know there's 42 million Black Americans versus the global population of Africa, all nations together, is 1.3 billion. Even with our small percentage of 42 million, we still compete highly at 2 trillion in global spending overall.
And that's what I was saying about the numbers, the populations. That's what I was talking about.
Right. While they with that amount of money are equal to us.
I think Black America spends more annually than the GDP of Nigeria, or close to it. In some countries, we have more spending power than whole African countries, definitely over Caribbean countries. You know what I'm saying? Because it was 1.6 trillion last time I checked, the 1.7 trillion Black American spending power. Trillion. And I was doing the math day before yesterday with my daughter. She's like a math genius. And I called cap on it at first. So I'm doing the math, and she's like, no, because the median income for Black Americans in America is 53,000. So below us are the Hispanics. At the top are Asians. It's Asians, maybe Indians or something like that. And then whites, and then blacks, and then Hispanics are below us. So when people go, oh, you guys are at the bottom of the totem pole. No, we're not. We started at the bottom, but we ain't, at the bottom. When you look at the Black billionaires in the world, the majority of them are Black Americans.
Right. Yeah. And they try to top that too. And out of the top 20 Black billionaires, we went through that earlier and on another show as well. There's 6 out of 20 that are Nigerian, but they want to tout that they have the majority of the list. I'm sorry, I don't know what your math is, but that's just a little bit above a quarter of the top 20 billionaires in the world. One of the other things I wanted to bring up was the per capita spending. It's 42,000 or 47,000 per American, where the Black Africans are $1,600 bucks. Huge difference. That's where that, like I said, the envy comes from.
Yep.
Ronan, we got to drill it down one more step. We got to look at the amount of remittances from America back to Africa. And that will tell you all we need to know about why we're having this conversation, why Trump is taking his stance. They will make all their money in America, and I'm going to include Caribbeans in this too, and send it all. Well, Caribbeans won't send it all back. Caribbeans integrate a little better than Africans, but Africans send a whole bunch of their money, to the point that they got videos talking about how their family thinks they're made of money and there's too stressed. They send a lot of their money back to the continent, which means it's not being invested back into America. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And that's what the people who started this, that's what they get for trying to displace us economically in this country. You see that they bit off their nose to spite their face.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this like as a closing argument, and I'll let everybody else kind of say something. But just seeing these conversations and talking to a lot of different people, a lot of them are stuck in their convictions. They're not gonna change the way they're thinking. They're not over-minded. They feel how they feel, and that's cool. I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna accept all their positions. I want them to accept that we're gonna stand for delineation. We're going to continue to recognize and celebrate our lineage as FBAs. And myself personally, I'm going to be a staunch advocate against immigration. So they want to say we don't have power. Look, the Republicans, the conservatives, what you want to call it, they see the support that they're getting. Not even from Black people, from Latino people too, Latinos too. So I'm anti-immigration, and that's a power that is a power that we can that these at least conservatives are taking advantage of. So accept that a lot of us will be anti-immigration. Just like we got to accept y'all stuck in y'all convictions. I land on that.
Let me follow up with what Nakmeezy said with remittances. I looked that up real quick. 92 billion are remitted in 2024. The highest countries, top 5, were Egypt with 22 billion. Nigeria came in second with 19.8 billion, Morocco 12 billion, Kenya 4.8 billion, and Ghana 4.6 billion. So they are remitting almost 100 billion. They're saying, well, it'll increase to, but almost $100 billion over those 5 countries at least. They're sending money back to their countries. But to that point, what are they doing with the money once they get it? Because it doesn't look like they're improving their culture at all.
Drinking.
Allow me to explain.
Why did I know you were going to say that, Nat?
Of course. I know these Africans in and out, bro. Well, here's the thing. There's such big goddamn scammers. What they do is they have their people working their fingers to the bone, selling COVID masks, post-COVID, being security guards, mopping floors, all kind of shit. So this whole, falsity of they're all lawyers and doctors is bullshit, number one. So they got them working these jobs, sending all the money back and building houses back home. And when they get home, there ain't no goddamn houses.
Exactly.
Bro, I work with a dude who couldn't stand what's this dude's name? I don't know I forgot his name, but I balked on him like 6 months ago. A Nigerian dude who can't stand people from Suriname and the Caribbean here. So he looks down on them because he's an African, right? This dude would always be yelling at some woman on the phone when he was trying to get snuck into Europe the same way he did. He claimed that he was a Liberian, and he came through as a refugee to Holland as a Liberian, but he's a goddamn Nigerian, right? But he's always arguing about some money shit, and then I heard him arguing with one of his family members. Talk about he sends all this money every month, and the project is not going, this and that. And I'm like, yo, are you sure that they even building something? He's like, I'm going home next month, and I gotta see it with my own eyes. So what happens? They will take pictures of other projects and send you send the money on bullshit.
And this is their own family members, and they screwing them over.
Own family members.
Wow.
See? It's genetic.
Oh shit. You're wired differently.
Scamming gene.
That takes a special kind of person to know that you over there to grow the family legacy, to buy property and build, and they just siphoning you like you're a fucking slave to them while they're back not doing shit with it.
It's that out of sight, out of mind. They figure he ain't coming back no time soon.
Yo,
and that's what they figured about us and being sold from Africa. They ain't coming back no time soon. Now look
exactly. Out of sight, out of mind. Shout out to Jude Udeagha. This is purely cap. Thank you for trying to debunk us in Black American slang. Number one, Tether. Nigerians are the most successful immigrant. That's not a flex. Okay. What Nigerians should be is the most successful African country, but they're not. They're actually the most hated, even amongst Africans. They're getting their heads busted in South Africa. If you land in Kenya with a Nigerian passport, trust me, you go into that little interrogation room. Right now, Ghana is kicking Nigerians out. There's a diaspora war between Ghanaians and Nigerians that's heating up crazy right now, because in Ghana they be scamming and all kind of shit. In Ghana the Nigerians be scamming to the point that this is no cap. Maybe y'all heard me mention it before. I was in Ghana and they mistook me for a Nigerian and started talking shit next to me. I said, "Yo, who the fuck you talking to?" On the dude back, he was like, "Oh, I thought you were Nigerian," and backed off. They can't stand each other. So the diaspora war, they don't like each other. So what are they trying to do? To make themselves feel better, think they're going to throw shots with the same old tropes about us not having culture. Stop capping, bro.
Hey, no excuse. You earlier when you started the live, you had just started and you was talking about how you was talking about the whole thing with the Nigerians, capping on us or whatever. And he was like, but it's like they don't want to show their bad side. And he was like, You said you want nobody to see your boo boo stains.
You know what? Boo-boo, y'all gotta fill me in on that. Boo boo stain.
Yeah, man.
Now I was saying, Nigerians talked all this noise. They begged for the spotlight on them, and now we turned on a flashlight and we see the boo boo stains. And now we call it out.
He was like, "You don't want nobody to see your boo boo stains."
Yo, speaking of boo boo stains, and this is no cap. I need my brother Ronan. Maybe I know he believes me, but he could research in the background if he wants. He's a fact checker.
Yes.
Nigeria about 3 years ago surpassed India as the number one country that practices open defecation.
Crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So when Trump says it's a shithole, it's literally a shithole. One of my homies was in Ghana, right? He said he's Black American from he's from DC, as a matter of fact. He said they had an Airbnb, almost like one of them big houses with the big compound look or whatever, right? He stepped out of the compound to smoke a cigarette, and he saw this so-called, it was like not a baddie, but a woman in the neighborhood that he saw was attractive.
Please don't tell me she was bent over taking a dump. Please don't say
He was
that.
taking a dump on the street.
Oh,
Oh wow. No tissue.
That'll have you looking at the cheeks a little different.
Yeah, like look, man, it's real shitty out there, bro.
literally.
Pun intended.
Yeah. All right. I had to look. I had to look. I'm just going to give you the top 6 of countries based on open defecation rates. Eritrea, 67%. Nigeria, number 2, 65%. Chad, 63. South Sudan, 60. Benin, 49%. And the Solomon Islands, 45%. And yes, it keeps going, but I'm just going to give you top 6. So they're ranked number 2.
Hey, now if we brought that up with that one dude was up here, he tried to say they not doing that in Lagos. He's saying that's. He said.
Oh, correction. I gotta take that back. That's Niger. Nigeria is 19th. Sorry, Niger.
Where's LA in the list?
Oh, there's no American countries.
That's what I'm talking about.
No. Yeah, don't get that confused. No.
Because that's what he was saying.
Yeah. We ain't in that list at all.
Yeah, what year are you looking at, Ronan?
Hold on, I'm gonna show you a screen share. Let's see if I can get it.
You looked on Chat GPT?
No, I Chat GPT'd it, but it gave me a chart. So I'm trying to screen share the chart if I can do it. Live stream, Nigerians. Hold on. Let me go back to ChatGPT. There it is. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna screen share. There we go. If you can show that. I don't know if you're on your if you're not on your computer, you might not be able to share it.
I'm on my computer.
Yeah. Should be at the bottom. You should be able to click on it and say there you go. So that's the listing in order. So just so we can't be called liars. We're capping. Let me see if I can zoom.
That's for this year?
That's for as of 2022. Now you might be right when the ranking changes, and that would be a huge leap. I don't know. Nigeria might have it in them. They could have.
Yeah, so like I said, it was a couple years ago they bypassed India, but it seems like because there was a whole campaign about not shitting in public, but they still do it because they're on the list. Oh, Haiti's on there. Yo, let's go through the whole list and let's see if these anti-Black American haters all come from shithole countries, literally. Because, like I said, it's a marriage of misery. Africans and Caribbeans throwing shots at us. Let's see what the majority of these countries are from. Ronan, can you read that list from the top, please?
Yeah, hold on one second. Let me switch over to something I can see. Eritrea, Eritrea. Yeah. Niger, Chad, South Sudan, Benin, Solomon Islands, and then Sao Tome. Okay. Togo, Nambia, Liberia, Burkina Faso, Madagascar, Kiribati. Is that what that is?
I can't see it.
It's Kirbati. Forgive me for the mispronunciations. Then you have South African Republic, Somalia, and then it's a French word. I can't even pronounce that word.
D'Ivoire?
Yes.
Ivory Coast.
Mozambique, Nigeria, and then Haiti. That's the last list.
So the majority of this list are Africans. And then you got one Caribbean thrown in there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, and the video I was watching we were talking about HIV rates. There was a lot of African nations in there, and he kept on throwing in America. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. By country, we're not even close to some of the things that are going based on population. Only 42 million of us. There's 1.3 billion of y'all on your continent. So we had to go through that too.
Yeah,
earlier.
They throw out unsubstantiated information, man, and we can debunk these things, and they still in denial, or they'll move the goalpost to something else. It's just there's just too many circular arguments with these people.
Yeah.
Nigeria, the giants of Africa, they had a Chinese supermarket that wasn't letting Nigerians in. I remember I seen that. I was like, wow.
That's the part I can't get with. How do you let people come into your country, even though they might be running businesses, and tell you what you can and cannot do?
Oh, man.
And how do you let them come there and whoop you with switches if you late to
That's
work?
the other part. Yeah, I heard about somebody getting caned or whipped or something. I'm like, what
He was getting his ass whooped with a switch by a Chinese dude for being late
can
to
I read
work.
something for y'all? This is AI, but it's pretty solid. The only thing is, there is years on here. It says, I said Nigeria surpasses India as open defecation, just to be clear about what I searched, right? So it's almost a biased search, but I wanted specific information about these two specific countries. So it says, yes, Nigeria has surpassed India as the country with the highest number of people practicing open defecation. While India has made significant strides in reducing open defecation, Nigeria now holds the unfortunate distinction of being number one in this area. Key points. Nigeria's situation. Nigeria is estimated to have over 47 million people practicing open defecation. This practice is prevalent in both rural and urban areas, including public spaces. So they're just shitting on the sidewalks in Lagos. India's progress. India has implemented various initiatives and campaigns to address open defecation. I'm just going to call it OD, leading to a substantial decrease in the number of people practicing it. Impacts of OD. OD has serious consequences for public health, particularly for children, and contributes to the spread of diseases. National efforts. Nigeria has also initiated efforts to tackle OD, including the establishment of a roadmap to eliminate it by 2025. So they crapping so much that they got to have a roadmap to stop crapping in the streets. There's a slum in Nigeria that's like built on sticks or whatever. And it's like over water or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They
it's in Lagos somewhere.
In the water, they swim in the water, they wash their clothes in the water, and they cook their food with the shit water that they swim shit and.
Oh my God.
That's what I like. Yo, I'll be cooking these Nigerians like a goddamn chef, bro. That's what I want them to come up.
You know, That's tragic, man. Because the thing about it is, the people that's going through it, we're not coming at them because the ones that's over here, they must be part of the problem with where the money is going, and they're over here to try and get more money to keep those people down.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? Like to know that those people, and specifically elderly and children, are having to live with that type of water condition due to the open defecation. This is this is some
those are humanitarian issues, and I hear where you're going with that. I don't celebrate this stuff at all. The fact that we had to put out these facts to discredit some of the things that are being said by certain cultures is not something I joke or laugh about or feel celebrated by. I understand what a lot of these third world countries are going through. I've been there to lend aid to help these guys because I was in the military for a lot of years. So to have to bring those bad points up about a culture because somebody's sitting here sending falsehoods out, it doesn't bring me any joy. So let me say to the listeners that this is not something we're celebrating or having to want to talk about in the discussion. It's just what is going on with Nigerians that they have to bring so much of the heat towards not only FBAs, but globally looked at as a perspective of, let's call it what it is, the global scammer.
Real quick, they got, I be on TikTok a lot. They got, these Nigerian women, man, they'll be on TikTok for hours, man. And, they'll have these panels, right? And they don't have no, they don't have no personality. They don't talk or engage. They just sit there and wait for people to donate, And I must have looked one day, just to, participate. And they send roses, all the, they got these different coins you can buy to like donate or something like that. And they're sitting, and they're basically sitting there hoping people just send them money just because. And it really, at the end of the day, equates to maybe like a few cents a day, And I'm just like, damn, dog. They got
Speaking of that, I need to see some super chats. Like, it's crazy how people will watch a show for so long and then never super chat. That's crazy. But maybe it's a bunch of tethers watching in the midst. But look, let me be the black sheep of the FBA family for a second. While my brother Ronan, I do share your sentiment about not feeling good when other humans, especially black humans, are suffering. Okay. However, we're in the middle of a diaspora war. When you're in a war, you cannot allow your feelings and your humanity to get in the way because you'll catch a hot one. So in the midst of this war, not only do I enjoy calling these things out, it's funny as shit. Okay, for people who are so disrespectful to come and talk about our supposed lack of culture, which is really a lack of culture as it relates to a proxy African culture. We don't have African culture. Yeah, you're right. We have Black American culture. We're the premium blacks of the world. Okay. So we're not your little homies. We're not some sort of a wild savage. We done proved all that. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna say that Nigeria specifically is cursed for the amount of diasporans that they have sold into the slave trade.
Our ancestors are getting on them.
Thank you. This is divine intervention, in my opinion. Okay. So shout out to the Black Brazilians. Shout out to all the descendants of slaves that were shipped to the Caribbean. And most shout out to the Black Americans that descend from these traitorous West Africans, where majority of them are Nigerians. Shout out to us, right? But this, your punishment for what you've done and for what you haven't atoned for. See, Ghana, they at least said, yo, it's fucked up what our forefathers did. So, come back. We're going to eat off of y'all, but we're at least gonna send a little gesture, right?
There it
Benin
is.
is now also doing it. You know, Burkina Faso was saying, look, you black, whatever you black from Black America, Black Caribbean, y'all could come over here with these passports, right? But Nigeria, the most arrogant of all Africans, say we ain't got nothing to do with that. Though that happened in the past. Typical white supremacist talking points. So when I call out the fact that you're the number one world shitters, it's just me participating in African culture and shitting back on you fucking sorry fucks.
Boy.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, because we're at war. Once we whip them into submission, then I'll have a
Then we
nice
can show them a kind hand. Yeah, I get it. I've been there.
Yeah, I definitely get what he's saying. But unfortunately, you know, like Meezy said, like Nike Meezy said, that's actually been one of our greatest detriments. You know, and I think it's kind of in our genetics as well to be empathetic and compassionate when we shouldn't be. And right now, I'm falling into that negative trope.
Oh, I can damn near get tyrannical if I want to, but I just wanted to show a little bit of kind hand. But believe me, I didn't name Frosty for no reason while I was in the military. I can be
no doubt.
They disrespected. When we try to be civil, they disrespect us in our face. You know,
that's a fact.
So gloves off.
Gloves off, man. They're off. You know, but
going bare knuckle.
They have to understand. You know, we have always been the compassionate people, and even in this discussion, you know, we're still trying to balance it out with having the empathy for the people that's over there suffering with that water situation. But I'm saying, like, they shouldn't be suffering because y'all getting money. Y'all should have enough money to put a damn sewer system in your country so that ain't that type of thing going on.
I mean,
like, what are y'all doing?
Being sent back to Nigeria on a regular basis from the people that work in other countries. You should have, man. That should be looking like Wakanda.
That's what I'm saying.
If Kenya could rally and protest and influence and make their president make some changes, they pride themselves on having this large population. Why y'all not leveraging that to get the government to cooperate?
Oh, but they tried. It's called the Lekki Toll Massacre. So a bunch of Nigerians were speaking out against police brutality from their own black police. The leader of which, what's it called? Anti-cultist squad and anti-robbery squad. And they were shot down with live bullets while they were screaming Black Lives Matter. So they use our sayings and our protest stuff, to protest their own corrupt police. But then people in the diaspora, and this is not every Nigerian, people in the diaspora mostly, stay throwing shots, and they forget that we see what's going on in your countries. You know where I get most of my information from, or I used to? This lady named Ivy Kano on channel. It's like Nigeria news channel, and you just see the stuff that they do to each other, and I'm like, how dare they throw shots at us? Ronan, here's a nice tasty morsel of a stat for you to look up. You could look up child marriage in Black Africa.
Oh Lord, I already know about that. Even with just
Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, all over. They like the little kids. That's not the culture that we come from, and if that's culture, then I don't want it.
I don't want it.
Right, and the forced female circumcisions that they've been decreasing, but that was a massive thing that they had going on.
That's culture, cutting off, that part, mutilating a woman's genitals. We don't get down like that. We know what that thing is for.
They doing circumcisions at age 50. They doing circumcisions at age 15. Like who wants to get they?
It's
the
too late.
Johnson cut at 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but that's why I stopped making content. Yo, I was gonna go live on this, right? About the new diaspora war. And I was gonna use the thumbnail that no one's really seen it, but there's a photo of an African rubbing cow piss on their head. And that was going to be the thumbnail for my live.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I've seen
that
it. I've
photo.
seen it.
You see? Yeah. Ronan, can you pull that up?
I don't even know if I want that in my search parameter, bro.
That's like Sudan.
Yeah, it's in the Sudan. It's in the Sudan. But just cow urine shampoo or cow urine Africa.
Yeah, I don't know if I want
They
to
wash their hair in it.
I want that in my Google search parameters, bro.
No, I got you, bro. I got you. You might have the feds knocking on your door and shit. But I didn't do it because it's too easy. I don't like low-hanging fruit. But if a midget keeps punching you in your knuckle in your kneecaps, at some point you're gonna have to, give him a little tap on the head, like, yo, little homie, like, what are you doing? So, it's crazy when the Caribbeans jump on the bandwagon with this, y'all don't know where you come from. Yo, y'all also went to the Caribbean on slave ships. Can you look up Derby's dose, brother Ronan?
Derby dose. Hold on.
Derby or Darby's dose, Jamaica. Tell me if it comes up.
Hold on.
I'll try to
Darby's dose.
It's a sadistic form of punishment inflicted by Thomas Thistlewood in the 18th century British plantation overseer or slave owner in Jamaica. He detailed this in his expansive book. I guess he had a 14,000 page diary. Good God Almighty. How it was executed. Severe beating of enslaved individuals, applied salt, pickle, lime juice, and bird pepper into the open wounds. Terrified the victim. The terrified victim had defecated. Oh my God, he defecated in their mouths?
What
yeah.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay, you see, but these are the things that you gotta know when you're having debates with these people, when they try to say, oh, you guys are slaves and this and that. If we know, yo, bro, y'all was getting it too.
Right. Yeah, we get that they stopped at Jamaica. We get that they stopped in Haiti. We get that they stopped down in Brazil way before they even got to America. They jumped up to America. They didn't come directly across the fucking river. I mean, the ocean. So yeah, we get that the largest population of slaves aren't even here in America. That's Brazil. Then Colombia, then here. So yeah,
right. And shout out to the Haitians who like to say, yeah, we're the first free. No, it was Palenque in Colombia. That was before Haiti. And if you look at Toussaint, I think it's Toussaint Louverture, he's in a goddamn French military uniform. So before he started to fight for freedom, he was down with the ops.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't beat your enemy and then gotta pay him for 150 years.
Let's flip that for a second. He was working for the ops.
Thank you.
Here's how badass we are, and Buffalo Soldiers were in America. We went to fight the Spanish over in the Philippines. Once we won that from the Spanish, we brought the islands for a while here in the Philippines. Gave it back to them in the 40s. But the minute the white soldiers turned around and tried to call a Filipino a nigga, guess what we did? We defected and started fighting against the white soldiers until we were hunted down and killed. Look up David Fagan for those that are listening that want to know.
I want to ask next this question, but and I do want to cut it in soon, but I do want to ask next this question because I was thinking about it. Is the Haitian independence the Ethiopians not being, quote unquote colonized. And today in 2025, is that still a flex?
No, it's not a flex. I would say, as far as the Ethiopians, what a lot of the younger ones fail to realize is that the brown condor, who under the request of Haile Selassie and a lot of Black Americans who defied the American government to help Ethiopia fight against Italy, are not mentioned enough. Okay, there is a bust of the brown condor, and I can't remember his name. He was part of the Tuskegee Airmen, I believe, or maybe prior to that. He's the foundation of Ethiopian Airlines. They don't mention this stuff. So I think they should give props where props is due, and they don't. As far as the 1804, what I will say, and like while I can keep it 100, I keep it 100 on both ways. The Haitian Revolution and standing up against France, right? We gotta speak about that. It was the mulattoes that negotiated that peace deal for them because they were the people in between.
Yep.
Right. And part of that peace deal was having to pay. So no, that part is not a flex. But what I have to give Haiti props is that their first president offered freedom to Black Americans in America, and to use Haiti as refuge from slavery. A lot of Black Americans went, and about half of them left because they didn't want to be there anymore. So it's a flex in that they did light the fire under other people in other regions to stand up against slavery, especially in the Caribbean. We already had our movements in America. Specifically, there is an enslaved African by the name of Tula Rigaud in Curacao, who heard that Haiti was free, and it caused him to do an uprising in Curacao against the Dutch West Indies Company. It wasn't successful, but Rigaud, that's a French last name, so they used Curacao as like a transfer point for enslaved Africans back in the day. But Ronan, can you Google this? Belanda Hitam, Belanda Hitam.
Run that back real quick. BEL what?
Belanda Hitam.
The Black Dutchman?
Yeah.
It's like it's okay. An Indonesian term meaning Black Dutchman, historically used to describe an African soldier recruited by the Dutch to serve in the colonial Royal Netherlands East Indies Army during the 19th century. He recruited over 3,000 soldiers, predominantly of Achaean communities.
Akan, the Ashanti. They were Ashanti.
Including the Ashanti, yeah. Off the Dutch Gold Coast, modern day Ghana. What else are you looking for?
So the point of this is to show that these wild, disrespectful Africans have always worked with Europeans to sell their own or to oppress others. So we should not be surprised when they come with white supremacist talking points, when they have no respect for us, because they literally were fighting in Indonesia against Indonesians for white zaddy. And if you go deeper into it, and you don't have to, because I know you trust my knowledge, is that was a favor. Kweku Dua Panin, I think he was like the seventh king of Ashanti or one of those, but his name was Kweku Dua Panin, had a nephew and a son that he wanted to study in the Netherlands. So they worked out a deal. Yeah, we'll let him study in Holland if you provide us some Ashanti warriors to quell this thing that we have going on in Indonesia. You see what I'm saying? So whenever these Africans try to say anything about disrespectful about FBA, all we gotta hit them with are the facts that your leaders sold you out. They did lopsided trade deals, which got you speaking their language, practicing their religion, and having them owning all your fucking resources, and then they shit on you when you try to go to the same countries that colonize you. So a bigger fucking fool does not walk the planet Earth that is bigger than the African, or at least the African leadership.
And do you realize in 2003 they erected a whole museum to celebrate the shared history of this?
Who erected that?
Ilima Java Museum is what it's called in Ghana.
What?
2003 they established to preserve the legacy of this guy, and it was funded by Edward A. Yulzin Memorial Foundation and continues to honor this shared history. They're honoring this.
Can you send that to my WhatsApp, please?
Yeah. Let me see if I can copy it now.
That's crazy. They even honoring this shit. Like,
Yeah.
bro, the Ghanaians and the Dutch been in bed for like 300 years selling slaves. All those people from Suriname, they the Cromanti in Suriname or the Maroons, they call them jungle niggers here in Dutch. They're literally boss negers is what they call them. They still speak Akan. It's called Alkans, but they speak an Akan language, which goes right back to either the Fanti or the Ashanti. So these people, they've been doing business with Europeans for the longest. Lagos is a Portuguese word. That tells you right there who we dealing with. So don't be surprised when an African acts like an African. And no, we are not the same.
I sent it to you right now.
Okay, thank you, brother. We are not the same just because we share DNA and all of that. Some of us have a similar phenotype or even a dead-on phenotype culturally. Due to our ethnogenesis, we are totally different. And I'm 100% proud, even with the fuckery that exists in parts of our culture, of being a Black American. The best Blacks to ever walk the fucking planet.
Mic drop, man. Mic drop, man. But yeah. Let me end the stream, man. I appreciate y'all coming up, man. I'm gonna do the Afro Sundays, talk about reparations, and
you know what? I got a lot of
come back
feedback
and
on
tune in,
with
man.
the whole hypothetical that Drew came up with for if reparations didn't give you 40 acres and a mule, but gave you 100% tax free for your descendants and maybe 10 acres. Would you accept that as a reparation versus the 40 acres and the equivalent in cash?
We kind of
question, and I got all kind of comments from that, man. But yeah, when you come back on Sunday, maybe think about throwing out a general question. What would be acceptable reparation at this point if they didn't want to go the full reparation of 40 acres?
Yeah, we'll touch on that. We'll touch on that. Get a lot of opinions going, and it should be lit, man. But yeah, appreciate y'all coming up, man. I got 4 hours before I gotta sleep and go back to work. But
you got 4 hours before you gotta hit
double
Western
shift,
Union. You gotta hit a Western Union. Poppy, I'm hungry, Poppy.
It was one African country I couldn't even find a Western Union. I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna help y'all. Y'all ain't got.
All right, fam. It's been a great live, man. My FBA family, appreciate the stream, and to all the immigrants and everybody else listening. It ain't nothing personal against y'all. We love y'all until y'all show us that y'all against us, and then, in the words of Nakmeezy, then is war. But we love y'all until y'all show us that you don't love us, man. So,
thanks.
Y'all have a good night, brothers.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I support ICE, man. ICE, keep doing what y'all doing, man. All right, man. Peace out.
Yeah, that's a mic drop right